Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most.
A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel, the ones who do the job no one else can do. Elarian, the Shield, a star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in the defense of their companions and their will to keep the Citadel and its missions safe no matter the price, even when that price must finally be paid. Merime, the Sword, a Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, and who has touched the mind of a god. Her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister in the Citadel is more necessary than ever, if her divinely touched spirit does not waver. Tantan, the Brain, a dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him. And now that he has returned to the site of it all, deep within the ruins of Seer, he knows how much worse the next war will be, unless he can stop it. Nisiana, the Heart, a dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, and has learned that at times harming matters as much as healing. Can she keep hope and the King's Citadel alive? Rowan, the Wild Card, a human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but for the first time he's learned they're not the only ones sitting at the table. Can he break through the shadows of his past and finally call the bluff? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn's City of Towers to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They traveled back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a war-forged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress Razorcrag. They paid a heavy price to rescue hostages from the fortress, and the Lord of Blades escaped into the Grey, seeking a way to create an army of Warforged powerful enough to crush the 5 nations of Corvair. But the Citadel had more immediate problems, the Emerald Claw, and a looming war. At the same time learning that the Lord of Blades seeks the Oracle of Bones to create his invincible army. Now the King's Citadel is in a race against time to unite the 5 nations and stop the Lord of Blades before he can turn his full might against all of Corvair. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, prevented disaster at Razorcrag, stopped the war with Thrain, and thwarted the Emerald Claw. But can they finally unlock the Oracle of War's secrets and defeat the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the final season of the Oracle of War. Yes, indeed. I'd like to tell you, chat, that right now the people in the green room, the members of Infinity and Beyond, have been getting themselves pumped up with all kinds of cool and awesome, like you could do this, like metal music and all that. But instead, what we've been doing is talking about whether or not the Bridgeport Islanders logo is legit or not, and whether the mascot should be a cranky old man in a rain slicker. And that pretty much tells you exactly how we're feeling tonight. tonight. We want to come through with the vibe of a cranky old man in a rain slicker. What's going on, Arvanauts? Welcome to day 84 of Dungeons & Dragons with Infinity and Beyond. Welcome to the final season of Eberron Oracle of War. This is, I believe, the Flames of War season. Title is what it's called, but tonight is day 2 of Scales of War, and it is going to be a battle. I am excited to see how we get into things. Mass battles going on. I hope you are ready for all of that. Before we get there, a couple of reminders about ways to support the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. And thank you for watching over there. Please subscribe to us there. It's free for you to do that, but it really helps us out. Discord is !ArvCord. You can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Blue Sky is !ArvSky. Please follow me over there. That is very much appreciated. And again, website for this, arvanelleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop. That's the merchandise area where you can get cool stuff for yourself and cool stuff for the channel. The Patreon is !ArvTreon. We're really trying to get that number up to triple digits if we can. You get inspirations to help our tabletop players. You also get unique stuff like an epic poem written for your character, an epic character background, I should say, written for a character of your choice that I will write. You can get an epic poem written for you. You also can even get writing critiques done by yours truly if you support at a high enough level. So please consider supporting the Patreon. Again, there's unique stuff available there, which really helps the channel out and can help you out as well. Also, subbing to the channel is always appreciated. Get those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch, plus those inspirations to help players as well. On the publishing front, Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts. Library is my Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, which is always appreciated. And Greyshade, that is my Greyshade IP. Greyshade, Renegade, and Heretic is the award-winning and critically acclaimed Grey Assassin trilogy from Athos Arts. You can get those there. You can also get the audiobook of Greyshade and Renegade from our very own Trent Sparks, about whom more in a moment. You'll also be able to get the Heretic audiobook early next year, so please make sure to check those out. You can get those first two right now. They are both awesome. Can confirm, have listened to them both. They are amazing. Trent did a great job, so please do that. And you can also get pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade, coming to you from one Brandon O'Brien, about whom more in a moment, and Alligator Alley Entertainment. That'll be out early next year as well. Very excited for that. That's going to be amazing, so you can pre-order that tabletop role-playing game there too. And as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, Ukraine, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message we'll do so for others in that situation in the future. Tonight, we have got more Eberron Oracle of War. Then we will be off Sunday and Monday. On Tuesday, we have got a very special stream. It will, first of all, be the Game of the Year show. I will be talking about having ranked all the games that I played this year, and there were a lot of good ones. What will be in the coveted top 10 list of Arv's top games of 2025? What will be in the coveted, even more coveted list of top 5? And what will win the brass ring, the golden trophy, the best of them all? And that is the top game that Arv played in 2025. If you want to know, check it out on Tuesday afternoon, followed by the Chat Chosen Game of the Month, The Room, which will be the final Chat Chosen Game of the year. Then I'll be over at GOG.com for the final Pen and Pixels of the year, where I will be playing... Hey, what's up, Hillness? Yeah, exactly. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth wins both years. I agree. It's so good. Good to see you, Hillness. I hope all's well. Happy holidays, man. Then you'll be able to see me play Pen and Pixels over on GOG.com at 4 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday, and also Breath of Fire 4. Very excited for all of that. And then on Thursday, I wrap up Dispatch, which has been amazing, and then we get ready for the big video game that is going to be the next focus of the channel, and that is Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. Very excited for that too. But tonight, it is time for some D&D with Infinity and Beyond Eberron Oracle of War. I'm going to unmute myself in the hopes that everyone in the chat has now decided which mascot is clearly the best, and then I'm going to unmute them and then reveal to you the incredible crew known as D&D Infinity and Beyond. Maybe we need a logo like that. Maybe if we had like some guy with a slicker, like an angry guy with a rain slicker, But it had
angry
like
trend with a slicker. Yes.
yeah,
absolutely.
just Trend
That's
posing
the face,
angrily
that's-
with a corncob pipe and
No, I think it should be Marie and a slicker and a sharpened hockey stick.
Also fine.
She'd have an apple pie. That
Also
doesn't work.
fine. Yeah, that's
Does
true.
not work.
And it would be glittery. The hockey stick would be
Yes,
glittery.
yes.
And
Nobody
I don't-
would see me coming.
But it would be
I think it's that
see you
everyone would
coming.
see you coming. I think that's the problem. Yes.
And
exactly.
they would all be like, this glitter is going to get in my everywhere. Oh
They'd
my
back
God,
off. They'd be
stay
like,
away.
"Ah." Yeah, no, it's
And
very
it
true.
would. It would.
I want to share with all of you. Now it's too cold outside for me to just have a short sleeve shirt on, but I have had my GM equals PC squared shirt, and on the back of it, I think it says the theory of gameativity. Now I forget what it says in the back because I just got the shirt. Anyway, I used to have this shirt. And it does not mean that the GM is PC squared necessarily. I think in the Gen AI era, what it actually means is that a game master is worth twice what a AI generated game master could possibly be. So I'm just letting you all know. I want to thank my family for this shirt. And now I'm putting back my Yukon Huskies hoodie because it's too cold outside otherwise. But it's good to see everyone here. We are I got to send you some stuff, Brandon. We got about 9 to 10 inches of snow yesterday, so lots of snow.
and you can keep it. You can keep it.
Yeah, I can keep it. Also, by the way, I almost forgot to mention, you should check your email, Brandon, if you have not already, about a thing that is related to you.
I did, in fact, check my email.
Okay, good.
Thank you very much for that. I would
Yeah.
like to talk to you about that at some point. But yes, that was really rad. Thank you for sharing that thing with me.
Awesome. I just remembered as I was talking, I'm like, oh wait, I got it. Yes. But we're here with the Infinity of Beyond crew. They are ready to battle, as we will discuss in just a moment. But first, we'll start with the gentleman at the bottom left of the screen, who is 100% going to be the new Infinity of Beyond mascot with a corn. Like a rain slicker. We need just like the best bad idea, but on a rain slicker. Like that would be the thing that we need. How are you doing, friend? Happy holidays. How's everything on your end of the world? And who are you playing tonight?
See, the closest thing I have to it is my full-length black leather duster, but I am not getting that anywhere near seawater again. So
fair enough. Yeah, it needs to be like yellow, like so. Like you need to look like the Morton's fisherman guy, but like
no,
right? No, that's not gonna happen.
I would date him, but I'm not going to be him. So
I see. Fair enough. How are you doing, Trent? Who are you playing?
I'm fine. Well, I'm fine now. Last night was an exercise in what not to eat all at once.
Oh God, no.
It was not that it was like bad. It was just more food than I thought it was going to be. So I really wanted chili.
Okay.
And
oh boy,
I figured my options are to go to Black Bear and get a bowl, like 2 or 3 bowls of their chili, because it's never enough. And I'm like, okay, how much would that be? Okay. And I'm like, but I could also just go to Wendy's, and their chili's not as good, but I could probably get 3 of those, and that would be fine. Because when I really want chili, I get 2 of them, and that's it. That plus some spicy chicken nuggets to kind of dip it, and it's tasty. But apparently, Wendy's has created some thing called family chili.
Oh no.
And this is the container that it comes in. And
oh my God.
It's a lot of goddamn chili.
Wow.
That's like a pint and a half of ice cream worth of chili.
Wow.
And you're going to tell me that you ate some and saved the rest, not that you ate all of it.
That looks far too light in his hands for that to be true.
You saved the bucket?
Once you start,
as proof
you
of
gotta see it
concept?
through.
Like, why would you? Well, I don't.
My trash can is right there, so I just pulled it, and it didn't just come in the bucket. It came with this armature that wraps around it to hold it, because it's
the
so
exoskeleton.
Heavy.
It's like the intent designed it.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
And so, like an idiot, because I tend to order by habit when I order food. I mean, also at Habit Burger.
You got good. 2? Is that your bet sauce?
No.
Okay.
No. Fortunately, I knew I knew that it was
spicy.
No, but I ordered some chicken nuggets to go with it.
Okay.
10-piece spicy chicken nuggets, which is fine. It's not that much chicken. It's fine. I had also, however, from another restaurant ordered large Louisiana from Wingstop, 7-piece chicken tenders and large Louisiana voodoo fries and large veggie sticks, which admittedly, the tenders and the veggie sticks are for tonight, and I'm going to just chop them up and put them into ramen.
Okay.
But I wanted the voodoo fries to eat with the chili. What I didn't realize is that the voodoo fries are much larger than I thought they were. So I had finished the chili and I was working my way through the voodoo fries, and my brain was like, we passed max capacity a few minutes ago. And I'm like, shut up. I'm like, I can't not eat food. I've always been told, clean your plate. And my parents, the army, you eat fast and you eat it all. And it's just,
and I have been through that.
You would think that voodoo fries might have given you the sense that maybe
they're delicious.
Well, I'm sure they are. I see. So you
anyway, so I was if max capacity is here somewhere, I was somewhere up in here.
Yeah.
And whenever I would lay down to try to sleep, because food coma was kicking in a major way, all of that excess mass would roll up on my lungs. I couldn't breathe. Much like now. But I think that's just a porcupine quill or something caught in my throat. Anyway, I'm playing a guy who's my size, but probably eats smarter than I do.
If he remembers to eat.
If he remembers to eat.
Yeah.
And if he does get diabetes, he has access to lesser restorations. That's not a problem. Just get rid of the disease. Boop, it's gone. Okay. Anyway, his name is Miatentin Tagashah Kenneth of the House of Kenneth, the House of Making, where they, big surprise, make stuff. And
wild.
Yeah, it's crazy. He's like a leather-clad Santa Claus, which I would date. Anyway, so look, I need a boyfriend and everything will be fine. Yeah, I mean, even a blue tiger and a rain slicker.
I was going to say, we got the sense after you had mentioned that you would date both possible mascots, and I'm like, I see that we've had something. Yes, I
mean, Nash from Nashville Predators. Even Harvey the Hound, who is hideous from Calgary Flames. Oh my God, that mascot is ugly. I'd still date it.
Jeez.
I don't know what the hell. Anyway, he's got a Mechano good boy, not Harvey. My character has a Mechano good boy named Spanner, who's like the fifth or sixth variant of him, who also has green dragon scales kind of worked into his structure.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're really looking forward to reliving the fight that caused our adorable little pseudo dragon named Nimble to get killed. Thank you very much.
Oh, don't worry. This will be much bigger and broader with huge implications other than a pseudo dragon.
Yeah.
Nothing like the previous battle.
By the way, one thing I didn't ask you about just very quickly, what were Spanner's, the new version of Spanner's hit points that we're dealing with? Because the last I had was, I just have a 0 of 87 where they've been sitting for a while.
A little bit more than that. He's at 97.
97, okay. Thank you.
And 4 hero points.
No.
Good try.
One for each paw. Come on.
Right.
That would be 0. He also has 0 construct points. Wow. Very happy to see Spanner back in action. And boy, are you all going to need. I mean, clearly, thanks for telling us all the details, Trent. I'm looking forward to seeing what Kent gets to do today. And moving right on up the Ziggurat to, of course, Marie Bilodeau, who's with us. And Marie, I feel honor bound for you to let everyone know, assuming that you're okay with it, in chat, what it is that you got for Christmas, which feels very on brand for you. I just wanted to, and also who you're playing. But first of all, what did you get for Christmas? It was on brand, is what
I got. Well, I got it.
Get ready to be
Christmas.
shocked, chat. Okay.
You will be shocked. I got it because my brother sent a text to my partner asking what I'd like for Christmas, and I got a text at the same time asking me what Carrie would like for Christmas. And so I sent my brother the link of what I really wanted, which are 42 glitter pens. Now, my friends, I did a lot of research on glitter pens,
I'll
and
bet.
these last the longest, have the highest glitter to ink content available. So much so, in fact, that there are entire hack videos on how to declog the little nib when it gets over glittered and stops leaking. I've watched
Wow.
many of them, and I am ready. So 42 glitter pens. I'm very excited. Very excited.
I may have to insist on a card or a letter from you and written in the glitter pen.
Just all glitter all the time.
All glitter all the time. They're going to shut down the post for both Canada and the U.S. based on like what happened. I don't know. Every time we get this letters from Ottawa, like all the trucks just stop working. I don't know why that happens.
Glitter in the engines is ridiculous.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
It's all I want. It's all I want. Chaos by glitter.
I also note that you got 42 of them, which is the answer to everything anyway. So I'm glad that
it
you
is.
got that,
It's the biggest package available, and there were 7 pinks in it. And I thought I could use 7 pinks.
Are they like different shades of pink or the same pink?
Well, of course. No, 7 different. Tonight you'll be glad that I am writing.
Come on, Harvey noob.
Get together. I am writing in sapphire blue. To begin bringing us to our victory, and I'll switch if it's not working out. Don't worry, I got a plan.
Outstanding.
Got a plan for us.
42, 41 other plans.
Are you going to start matching your dice to your ink?
Ooh, I've been matching it to my nails this entire time, but I can't write in white. I mean, I have white. Don't get me wrong, but my notebook
like, wait,
is not
I do.
black. I do. Don't let's not be crazy. I have, but I need to reread the notes.
Oh my god.
So maybe I'll have to match my nails to the pen to the dice. Next time I'll plan better. I won't have white nails. You just wait.
Can you imagine? I'm going to be like, all right, like the 75 elite warforged are brain down in your position, and Marie's just like, I think I have. It looks like I have 300 hit points. I could do this. I can't. Can you all see? Like it's all written in white glitter ink. It's just
according to my notes.
Yeah, exactly. I think I'm a Colossus, actually. Anyway,
we won. So
who are you playing tonight, Marie?
I am playing Mirime Hawksmoor. I am a College of Sword bard, a Kalishtar as well, which means I am psychic. That's how you say it. I'm French, I know. I am very happy to be here, both the player and the character, and level 18. Nothing can go wrong. This is going to be fun. We got this. Glitter's on our side. Whoa.
Glitter battle is ready to go. I'm excited. Always a pleasure to have Marie with us. Thank you, Marie. Also a pleasure to have one Brandon O'Brien with us, who I know is missing out on not having the... having seen the Christmas tree in its properly, outside the window, beyond it, the snow environment that I know is what Brandon truly desires down deep.
Nope.
But otherwise, how are you, Brandon? How's everything? I assume everything in Trinidad is not very cold. So how's everything in your neck of the woods, and who are you playing today?
Hi everybody. Christmas is bright and sunny over here, and I'm very glad for that. Oh my god. Christmas has been, like most years, kind of low-key, which I'm also very grateful for. Spent some time with some family yesterday. Have not really been like doing much other than what I think is my actual Christmas policy as of just a couple of years ago, very recently, which is mostly just planning for the new year in advance. So suffice it to say that I have all kinds of new Obsidian plugins for me to get to use the app as a writing app.
Nice.
And I've updated all of my goals on a very useful self-development app that I've been using called Finch, which Marie knows very well because I think Marie introduced me to it. So I was like, let's just reset all of the actual tasks that I'm doing so I can actually be more productive. So now I'm setting goals to write at least a half an hour a day. We'll see how that goes. It has not been going very well. But yes, I am remarkably eager, mostly for next year being a very productive writing year. for which I wish this is the case for all of you as well. My Christmas present and my New Year's resolution for all of you is that you all become more productive this year than you were last year. Which for some of you would be like moving at light speed, but I want that for all of you because I want that for myself. So that's where most of my energy has gone this year. So it is with that that I say that's Brandon O'Brien's last statement for the year 2026 that you will hear from him. From the year 2025 that you will hear from him is that I hope that you had a productive 2025 and will have a productive 2026. And if you haven't watched the movie Tokyo Godfathers yet, you should watch the movie Tokyo Godfathers because it is actually very brilliant. And with that, hi everybody, I'm Brandon O'Brien. I'm a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago, and tonight I will be playing Rowan Shallow, a wild magic sorcerer whose sorcery is gun, and whose gift from Santa, I have been told by Greg, is to not die. So we'll see how that goes this session, obviously.
I can fix that.
Yeah, that was a promise that was granted to me by Santa via Greg. So if that goes poorly, you know who to blame. And also this is my opportunity to let Greg know that I forgot to let you know when something that I changed when I updated.
Was it this conversation that you just made up, or what?
Oh my god! Oh lord!
Greg Kinnear, maybe.
It was that I switched one of my spells when I leveled up, so now I no longer have Sunburst, but I do have Meteor Swarm.
Oh, great.
That's one of my 9th level spells.
So something that you were like, I wanted something that was even more AoE. Like if I could just have AoE. Okay.
And I also have 2 hero points.
No, that is inaccurate. All of you have 1 hero point, but I appreciate the aspirational role play, as I always say. Always a pleasure to have Brandon with us. Very excited for the new year for all of us. I agree. Thank you, Brandon. Moving right out the line, it is great to have Jennifer Brozek with us, who is on a highly deserved holiday. I'm glad that you're taking a little time out of your resting period to battle with us against the forces of evil. How's everything on your end, Jen? How's everything with you on the left coast, and who are you playing tonight?
I'm still trying to get her over the fact that I am on vacation. My brain, she doesn't want to turn down. Brandon, when I write up my what did I do in 2025, I will make sure I actually send it directly to you so you can see how productive I was. Because I always do a blog post about it.
You are who I'm thinking of when I say if you doubled your productivity next year, you'd probably be writing a book a month or more.
I actually do need to do more writing than I have been doing. I've been doing a lot of other projects. And I will do more writing. I celebrate the solstice, and with my friends, I celebrate Hogswatch. So I got a couple of little puzzles. And I also bought myself a 5-year journal because I did a 5-year journal it's been 2 years since I finished the first 5-year journal, and a lot happened, and I thought perspective is a really good thing to have. So I've got that. And then yesterday, the exact opposite of trend. So I on nothing but a cup of coffee. Same with my husband, but he basically had a Red Bull. We drove an hour and a half south to go pick up 3 clever girls. And we had to get a truck and everything. And I know I said I would show everybody on the stream, but I'm not going to.
Oh, wow.
Because I've decided it's going to be for my newsletter.
I
did introduce them to my neighborhood, but it's for my newsletter. And I'm pretty sure most of you are on my newsletter. So if you're not, go to my website, jenniferbrozek.com, and get on my monthly newsletter because my PA makes me do it. What else did we do? I'm not doing a lot these days right now. I'm mostly kind of trying to spin down, but my brain is not spinning down. In the meantime, I am playing Nisiana Di Jarasco, Halfling Healer of the House of Healing. who really hates the fact that we're actually going to have to use the Oracle of War, and because we frickin' need to, because I don't know, the whole world's in danger. And while I can fix a lot of that, I can't fix everything. So we need to do the thing we don't want to do, because we're the only people who can do it, or should do it, I should say. Mostly because we don't want to. Anything else? I think that's it right now. Did we talk about Marie and I? Our story came out in the Valdemar book.
Yes, you mentioned that
Mirrors?
excuse me, you mentioned that last week, but happy to have you mention it again,
Okay.
of course.
Then that's it.
So, good stuff. Yes, and I agreed. You definitely want to make sure that your brain spins down before you have to start working, and then you got to spin it back up again. You definitely want to.
Yeah, I have a whole lot of things due to me on January 15th from even people in this call, and like a whole lot. So, we'll see how many people actually do that and where I am at that point.
I look forward to seeing all of the productivity and so forth. But in the meantime, I'm glad that you're getting some rest. Again, thank you for spending part of that rest time with us. And always a pleasure to have Jen with us. And also a pleasure, of course, to have one Mr. John Helfers with us. John is here and is ready to go. John, I feel like either your house is beginning to gradually shift into the little-known Green Bay fault, or I think your webcam might be slightly off-center because it's a little, yeah, there we go. Well, it was going. It's almost
getting a little bit of a Dutch angle to it.
Yeah,
I have been trying to.
There we go. That seems better. I was just like, John is like this, and I'm like,
I wanted action. I've been messing around with cables in the back, and it's probably messed up some things.
Yeah.
I got this thing on my new computer, and it's not working as well as I'd hoped, and it's just very annoying.
But how are you, John? And who are you playing?
Otherwise, we have that storm, I think, that Jen talked about earlier, is now sweeping across the plains, coming to us. So that should be interesting. But otherwise, good. Packers have made the playoffs. I don't have high hopes for them to advance very far, but they made the playoffs, so that's something. But we're not playing here to talk about sports ball. We're here to talk about D&D. And actually, before we start, I have a little bit of character cleanup.
Okay.
To talk to you about. I'm playing, of course, Ilarion, the Starforged, Warforged Aegis. And I just recently remembered that, hey, standard people, unless you're an artificer, standard people can only attune to 3 magic items.
Right.
I have many more than 3 magic items. But through culling, so first of all, I found out that basically I cannot use that Staff of the Woodlands I thought I could use because it has to be attuned by a druid, not a wizard. I only can attune to wizard items.
I should have picked up on that too, and I didn't.
So I'm keeping it so I can hopefully give it to a druid somewhere and like save the day or whatever, but I can't use that. So that strikes 1 down. And then, so last session, I want to be, the thing you need to be aware of, last session, Trend in his infusions, is that what you call them, Trend? The infusions that the attendant can make, made Ilarion an amulet of health. And you're like, well, what does amulet of health do? He doesn't need that. He's immune from disease and all that. No. An amulet of health gives the wearer a 19 constitution. So that deflects my belt of dwarven kind. So now I've taken that off.
Okay.
And no more bristly beard. My new hit points are 194. And my new plate, my Aegis armor points are 97. Because 19 charisma is pretty cool. So
97.
Yep.
97.
So that's item number 2 that is attuned to me.
Okay. Still not as tanky as Merime. Just want to point that out.
Yeah. Combined, yes, I am. I'm more tanky than Merime.
How dare you?
How dare?
How dare?
Thirdly, the third item I'm going to stay attuned to is the Ring of Evasion, because I have a feeling that's going to be very, 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 very handy. So no more Ring of Invisibility. Sigh. No more. What was the other thing I had? No. Oh wait, it's Ring of Evasion. I know of health. Oh, my Cube of Force. I have to attune to my Cube of Force. Those are the 3 items I have. So that's it. So now we're all caught up.
Now we're all good.
I'm a little sad that I don't have my Belt of Dwarven kind. I really like that. It had a lot of side
I also
effects.
have a point of order that I've been missing this entire time.
Okay.
But currently I have a cloak from the Council of 12 that ups my HP by my AC by 1, so
Yep.
I'm actually AC 19, not AC 18.
Right. I remember that, Cloak. Okay. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Well, I've been doing 18 since I was just like, well, fuck. Okay.
Listen,
Well,
I'm glad
now,
you all found it before these,
yeah.
last series of final battles things. So,
Major fights.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I am good. Holidays have been good. Let's get to it.
Let's get to it. And let's get to it, and let's move over to the map if we can, and talk about what happened in our last session. Our last session featured a lot of in-depth role play, chat. If you have not seen it already, I suggest you head over to my YouTube channel and check out the playlist on day 83 of D&D with INB, because there was a lot of role-playing going on. A lot of stakes raising, I think, might be the way to describe it. Not that they weren't already interested in, saving Corvair and, themselves and the Brayland and all that stuff. But the fact that now everyone has their own additional reasons to try to help other people, whether it is Merime, who had a chance to speak to Halar about what it is that he's been going through, whether it is Nisiana talking with Rowan about what the two of them sort of shared, both, in terms of things that were similar and different about the way they were approaching things and how that's going to change. Whether it was someone like Ilarion thinking about Mother Johanna and trying to save Salvation, in part save Mother Johanna, or whether it was that one person in Tantan's past that Tantan had believed to be distant past. You mean long past? No, your past. But in fact, Tantan's past, and that was Finta, an alchemist who, I feel like the Tiny Dim, who did not die, at least had not died yet, but is very ill. But the fact that she was alive was sort of stunning to Tantan. All of them have come back. I like to imagine, I'm going to give you all sort of a before-after picture. Let's say that all of you before were like this cat. Not exactly, they're sort of like everything's chill, and then you have post, and that's what this crew is looking like, okay? They are ready to go. Imagine that cat being like wearing a slicker, holding a sharpened hockey stick. No, I'm just kidding. But imagine that they would all be really pumped up at this moment, and that's what they're doing, because they are in the Mournland, in the Grey, and have met with the generals of the assembled 5 armies, some of the generals of which are there because the party brought them, basically managed to make peace with them or managed to do things to help them earlier on in this campaign. And so they have been joined by the members of those other armies. And after some serious discussion with the army generals, it was agreed, as has already been suggested, that the Oracle of War is going to have to be used. Why, you say? Because the Lord of the Blades, yes, the Lord of the Dance. Because the Lord of Blades, who is sitting into... Ooh, we have a raid from Infinite Monkey Tales. Thank you, Infinite Monkey Tales. Good timing, Infinite Monkeys. You're going to get some Infinite Shakespeare on those Infinite typewriters. Thank you so much, Infinite Monkey Tales. It's good to see you all. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome. And welcome to what's about to be a big battle here with Eberron Oracle of War, because, thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate it. Because this crew has gone in and will be helping the armies against the overwhelming forces of the Lord of Blades. Apparently, the Lord of Blades has already been able to assemble a massive group of Warforged, perhaps using the Forge of Making, about which more at a later point. And so they have to at least drive the Lord of Blades back. How are they going to do that when they are vastly outnumbered? Well, this is an incredibly powerful party, but not powerful enough to be able to defeat all of that army on their own. And so instead, what ended up happening, thank you for the follow, is that they have agreed to use the Oracle of War under very specific terminologies with like 65 million disclaimers and like all that sort of thing. But everyone is more or less in agreement that they have to use it. The Oracle of War, which is enormously powerful, but of course is also, as we've learned over the course of this campaign, quite dangerous. And so as we brought the last week's session to a close, the King's Citadel had decided that they were going to talk to the Oracle of War. and try to get information from it. And so that basically is where we are going to pick up here, which is just before basically the Oracle of War is put into use. And then we're going to move forward from there to see what it is that happens with all of that information that is given to them. Before I do that, any other quick things anyone wants to do? I do want to emphasize quick because I do want to make sure that we get into this, what we've got adventure-wise today in terms of like RP stuff or anything else. Double checking. Okay. All right. You just finished the starter box adventure for Star Wars Force and Destiny and are happy to join now for some D&D goodness. Nice. I have heard good things actually about that starter box adventure. I hope you enjoyed it, Jake. Thank you so much for rating from Infinite Monkeys. Everyone should go follow that. I have to go check that out myself, actually. But welcome. We have played some Star Wars on this channel. In fact, GM'd by that gentleman in the middle of the row that you see. One John Helfers GM'd a Star Wars thing for me during a previous ARFCon. But thank you again for doing that. All right, so as you begin to gather information, you have a bunch of these scout tactical reports that I mentioned before that they basically got previously. Who's feeding the stuff, by the way, into the Oracle of War, like physically feeding the reports? Because I know you all were very anxious to make sure you had it under control.
That was very anxiously me.
Okay, all right. So your stand. So Rowan, as you put these things in, the Oracle of War shudders as tactical information is fed into its various ports. Imagine, if you will, Chad, a fax machine, right? As something is just, and then
those of you who don't know what a fax machine is,
well, or a copy machine, probably. He said, hopefully. Anyway, or a scanner of some kind, basically. Rowan, you were able to duck out of the way just as the upper hatch of the Oracle of War opens up. In fact, I think I have my picture here somewhere of it. Do I? He said wonderingly. Hold on, maybe I do. Yes, I do. There should be a picture of it, I think. Where did it go? Where'd it go? Oh, I
was just about to ask, has anyone here ever seen it open like this before?
Yes.
Yes. Once before.
Yes.
And I will
show... This is totally just a new experience for Rowan. Cool.
That's right.
We saw it at the Fireweek Bazaar. Yeah.
That's right. Hey, Proxima. And so this thing pops open, the General and the Prisoner episode. I saw that you've been watching that, Prince Justin. I love The Prisoner back in the day. I'm interested to see what your reviews as they come out, of your coverage of those different episodes. So you just jump out of the way, Rowan, before, as the upper hatch snaps open, a trio of mechanical pigeons fly out of the top hatch and out of the tent. And in fact, a lot of people just duck out of the way as they fly out of the tent.
All I can picture is Rowan going, bird!
No, yeah, my pistol is ready. I am, it is up in the air, and I see no one else being as troubled as I am, and it's the only reason why I haven't fired a shot yet.
Also because your gun wouldn't work, because as you may remember, the inside of this tent is basically an anti-magic zone, so you could do the... They told me they fixed it, So it's out of the tent, and a few minutes later, a guard who has been carefully placed, a lookout basically, sort of opens the flap and they're on their way, and then sort of backs out of the way as the pigeons come flying back in and back into the hatch. And the Oracle and then starts spitting out just reams of printed notes, Rowan. Just like and these printed notes have a number of things, but one of them in particular I think you'll all be interested in. And so I'm going to ask you to...
You're all dead.
Exactly. The sheet says you've already died. What? No. No, that is not the case. However, you do have this thing I'm going to show you right now.
Yeah.
So what you are looking at here this is in addition to a variety of other things. There are information about tactical forces, about the numbers that are there, and so forth. And you remember that this is happening right near the Field of Ruins, basically, which is this sort of area not on the Glass Plateau, but near the Glass Plateau where the original the original Mourning actually took place. And so you're looking here at a map that basically apparently has been printed out by the Oracle for specific reasons. This is the layout of the battlefield and the tactical advice that has been presented by the Oracle of War. And General Colligan, who is that's the ogre, dressed up to the nines, right? The military dude, who's there and says, "Sovereigns in steel," grunts General Colligan as he skims the readout. "This thing's a marvel. If only we had it on our side during the assault of Sharn." And General Jarna, who you might remember was the bugbear, the reeking bugbear, about 7 feet tall, kind of not a very nice person, says, "Who's to say you didn't?" Mutters General Jarna suspiciously. There is still some tension, as we discussed, among the generals assembled in this tent. These are still different nations that they represent, even though they're working together right now. So here are the deployment vectors that are recommended, and I will give you a sort of sense of what this means as Chad is looking at this. So there are several tasks that you could take on as a group. You can't split the group in this case because it's going to be impossible to keep track of. So you as a group of the King's Citadel would have to do one of these tasks that's sort of available to you. There are 3 locations that the Oracle of War has identified in the Field of Ruins that could be fortified against enemy advances. And you see those 3 stars that are there right now. Those 3 areas could be fortified by what are called siege staffs. And the siege staff, you're not entirely sure what this is. They assure you it is an impressive looking sight. They basically have them ready for you to take a look at if and when you decide you want to do this. But they are essentially these siege weapons. They are very powerful and not particularly mobile, which means that they require people to guard them and to aim them. And so that is one of the things that you would be doing if you chose to take on the Fortify location task. And you can see those 3 tasks that are available there. Your objective, if you took on this task, should you choose to accept it, would be to plant a siege staff in each of those 3 locations that you see there, those 3 stars. The Allied deployment, we'll talk about the Allied armies in a minute, but that's on the bottom of that sheet. The enemy deployment, which is where the enemy is going to be, obviously, is at the top of that sheet, and those 3 stars in the middle are those locations you would fortify if you took on this task. So that's one option you could choose. The other option that you're given is you could also do a targeted assault, because the Oracle of War has identified multiple enemy units that are critical to the enemy's command infrastructure. These unit counters are themselves identified with star symbols. You don't see them on the map yet, but they will be deployed. As such, if you attack those forces, they are sure to draw enemy support, which means they could expose weak spots in the front lines for the armies, your allied units, to be able to exploit. So in other words, you could either engage in tactical defense or tactical assault. That's basically the way to look at how you're going to do this. And it sort of depends on what you all want to choose to do in terms of what happens next. Before I take that from you and I find out what you're all thinking about in terms of what you want to do, does anyone have any of the following backgrounds? I don't think anybody does, but no one was in the Ondarian Special Forces. Nobody was a mercenary leader. Merime, I don't know if this applies to you. Were you an officer in the 12th Brailish Infantry and or a war hero? You probably weren't, but I don't know. I just want to double check.
We never solidified that part of the ranks and all that, so I would err towards no in that case.
Okay. All right. So I would like all of you, as the generals have been talking to you about your deployment, I'd like you to make a group persuasion check for me. Because what you're going to be doing is basically telling the generals that you've got this, more or less, to quote a phrase from Marie.
Got this.
So I would like someone to do a persuasion group check. What that means is that one of you is going to do the persuasion check and one of you can assist on that check. So who wants to do those things? Yes.
we got this as in we need to tell them what we're decided to do, or we've
No,
got
that
this?
is to kind of come right after this. Like, regardless of what you
Okay.
do, that persuasion is going to happen. Then you all can talk about what you want to do.
Okay,
I can do
just making sure.
persuasion.
Yes.
Okay.
Unless
Yes, the charismatic bard should do the persuasion. Absolutely. Then who's gonna assist her?
I'm going to inspire myself as well.
Okay.
just 'cause
I'm also going to guidance you.
Thank you.
That gives you a +4, a D4.
Okay.
Valerian's gonna stand back and watch the Riz fly.
Okay.
I will assist.
Okay.
Perfect. So
Sounds
that means
good.
I roll at advantage.
And I will Tides of Chaos. Well, no, you already have it at advantage, don't you?
Oh, but thank
Yeah.
you though. I feel like
Healness, it's not like one of our inspirations. It's it's an inspiration like in game. It's a
Bardic-
bardic,
it's a bardic
inspiration, so it's
yeah,
different.
it's the bardic inspiration then.
Yeah.
But
Also, can I mention a couple of quick things we still have from, like we've bested Captain Reeves, which means once an adventure, one of us can have advantage on intimidation checks against any Warforged.
Oh, that's a good call. Mhm.
yes.
We also are Argonth survivors. We are familiar with the Argonth layout, tactics, and defenses.
Okay.
Uh,
Don't forget we saved what's his name, the commandant from Death as well. We have that event too.
what was that called?
Not today Death, or not this time. I think it was called. Save General
Not this
Tyresh's
time,
life.
Death.
Yep.
Not this time, Death. Who knows what the implications will be? Skyfall, divine vigilance, making trouble. Apparently, all of us have that.
I can't imagine
Princess
why.
Favor, still, all of us have that. So I just wanted to throw that in there.
Yep.
Where these are things that we have done, and since I wrote them down, we might as
Yep.
well.
Good call. All right. So group
so-
persuasion.
Also, I'm going to bend luck. So you have one. So you're adding 1d4 to your roll.
So I've got 1d4 for guidance, 1d4 for bend luck, and I've got my 1d12 for inspire. I'm rolling an advantage. I'm going to do all of these things, okay? So
Okay.
let's just,
All right.
like,
here we go.
we
Here we
are-
go.
I got 3. Okay, anyways. So persuasion.
Interesting. Two
Okay, so we-
nines. Okay.
We start.
So that,
Thankfully, I
however,
have plus 11.
that is you are able to do that. So the effect that this has is as follows.
Oh, wait, I'm not done. I
You
have
didn't
to
roll
roll
the
all
rest
my
of the
things.
Oh, I beg your
Yeah,
pardon. Yes,
hold
we
on.
are
Please do roll the
definitely
others.
doing
So
everything else.
that's the 2 from Rowan and Nisiana, so I've got an extra 3, so I'm at 23.
23,
And then my inspiration at D12
There you go.
at 9,
So
so 31.
32, right? And you have 23 plus 9 is 32?
Oh yeah, 32.
32. Are you bending
can
luck and doing something else, or is that all? Is it just the 32?
Oh, I used the extra D4 that I got from
Okay.
Rowan and from Nisiana. I rolled them together.
So with the 32, you over persuade. They rip out of the tent and
They leave. They got
Oh,
this. We don't need
they-
to be
they
here.
just-
They give us battlefield promotions. We're not running the whole thing.
they charge the Lord of Blades directly and are all slaughtered.
Shit.
No, none of those things happen. The generals are, in a word, excited. They are very pumped up for this. And so what this means is that the allied forces, so your armies, will get a +1 bonus to battle checks made during part 2, which you're about to engage in, which I'll explain when we get there. But if someone could put a note that allied forces, now this is not you, but your allies will be able to get +1 to their battle checks during part 2, which I will explain. Also, and this is the kind of person that I am, also it's what the campaign asks, each of you gain a hero point. So now you do actually have 2 hero points.
Schmexy, schmexy. Okay.
The allied forces get to +1 on what?
On battle checks, and I'll explain that when we get to this next section in just a minute.
All right.
Okay, so I'm just putting down the 2 hero points.
Um,
Okay, and now that I've done that, I need to ask all of you, what do you want to do? And you can talk about it amongst yourselves. Do you want tactical assaults or tactical defense? Both of them will involve battle, incidentally, just so you know.
Okay. Alarian is going to opt for defense, and here's why. The issue is, I'm going to remind everyone last time that the army we are facing is about 4 times larger than ours. The more we can cut them down before our troops enter battle, the better off I think we're going to be.
But doesn't that mean if we can take out their leadership, they won't have the ability to harm our people?
We're making a lot of assumptions that ideally, if you find the head of the snake and are fortunate enough to cut it off, ideally, yes, the whole thing might fall apart. That A, finding them, B, defeating them.
Okay.
But I'm open to other ideas. However, I think the more attrition we inflict on them before deploying our allies, I think is going to be the better move. I want to figure out a way to do both, but ours not going to let us. Like, put the defenses out, then we go headhunting along the lines. I'm all for that, but I don't think... Yeah, I knew it.
I'm thinking, given what we know we can do, and assuming what we can rely on these armies to assist us with, that defense is the better option because it allows us to snowball in the only direction that we can. If we could get at least one of those siege nodes captured, then everything else just relies on continuing on that momentum, and we can start that momentum with Illyrian. And a little help from this right hand, but
also,
that's what I think at least.
We're not exactly subtle, and so if we can be in one spot and you guys can stay within my aura of life, that would be helpful.
Sparrow in chat suggests that you find a traitor and ally with them really quick.
We've already been betrayed by someone we actually trusted quite a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Big Bertha.
I better hope I don't see her on the battlefield, because that will go poorly for her. Also, the other reasons, there's a couple other reasons, and one of them is not Merame, Nisiana's Aura of Life. The defensive positions give us places to fall back to. It gives us places to defend, rather than just being out on a field. And if Nisiana is at there, her Aura of Life not only affects us, it's everyone within a radius, right, Jen?
That's correct. So it's a 60-foot radius. Also,
that's
honestly,
kind of a big
anytime
deal.
I do magic, I'm a giant target. There's literally no way to hide me or Mia Tantan when he does magic. His flames come out of his arms, mine just circle everywhere.
Right.
We are full-on anime people at this point.
What's the scale of the map, though? Like, are we assuming we can handle all three and we'll be...
1 hex equals 1 mile.
1 mile per hex.
Okay.
So that's a good question, though. Arv, how does that work? Are we supposed to be split among these defensive positions, or what?
No. So the idea basically is for you to move each of those, to get those stabs and place them in, each of them in a starred location. It's going to take a little while to get each of them there. You're not 100% sure until you get down to the battlefield, because you're also going to be responsible for placing allied army counters and stuff like that, which we'll talk about when we get there. But you yourself, in terms of moving your party, are going to be basically trying to get to each of those hexes, place down one of these siege stabs, I guess, and then basically once you've done that, position them so that they can begin to wreak havoc upon the enemy forces. So you're not going to have to stay to guard each one. You're basically going to have to protect them, especially when you're moving them into position, is basically the issue. Because while you're moving these things into position, they are, as I said, not particularly mobile or agile.
We
and are subject to
are
attack.
vulnerable. Yes. Is there any, because I believe in open debate, is there anyone who's advocating that the offensive strike is the way to go?
Defense.
Okay.
I only mentioned that because I'm the least tactical among us, and I just have questions.
No, they're good questions too, and I
Mm-hmm.
think either way we're weakening the forces of the enemy. I think personally with defense that our chances of actually seeing the main battle are higher than if we went directly into the enemy camp to take out certain units.
So then that means we need to be very tactical about our first one placed, because once we are active, they will know us. Like, they will see us moving around the battlefield.
Not necessarily.
Illyrian, the moment I do magic, they will see us move around the battlefield.
Yes, the keys to prepare spells like improved invisibility and other things to disguise us or hide us on the battlefield until we're ready to plant the staves.
Well, yes.
Not to charge in wielding spells willy-nilly.
That is why we have to be very... So my thought was actually that we should go to the farthest tower first and then backtrack.
At the very least, it is a focal point they will hone in on in the first place. You're correct. We will plant the farthest one out first. The other two will back it up.
And if we can get there, I know we're not subtle, but if we can get there subtly and then place it, that would be our best. But
it's going to depend on the diameter of what these devices are. So I think it's time for us to go down and survey the battlefield and take a look at these and see
and we're gonna
how difficult it is to move them.
Yeah, and we're probably going to bring a team with us, I imagine, to take care of them, right? Because somebody has to fire them. And
that is right, and they will explain that as you get outside. I do want to mention that because you have taken on this particular task, each of you are given a potion of heroism. And for those of you who don't know, a potion of heroism gives you 10 temporary hit points that last for an hour. And for the same duration of time, for 1 hour, you are under the effect of the Bless spell. So each one of you is given one of those potions.
Does anyone want mine?
Why do you not want yours?
You can't take it.
I can't imbibe it. I do not eat. I do not drink.
That
well, why don't you keep it until we know what will happen after?
This is true. I can always pour it down one of your throats, I suppose.
You just pour it all over you and polish it in.
Exactly.
Yeah. Can you get an oil of heroism?
If only.
You are heroic.
Gleam, yes, exactly.
Or a very strange outtake from Flashdance. It's one or the other.
That I could use. Look, I could do the dance on the chair thing. Come on. How dare you?
First one.
I still have 4 potions of superior healing.
Okay.
And since I have those, I can hand them out to the other 4 so that if for some reason you get separated or I drop, because they will target me.
That is wise.
I have a healing spell, which I got specifically because they kept dropping you. So.
Yeah. It's 4 potions of superior healing, so each one of you gets that, and I will take it off my list.
Okay.
That's true, because I can always administer it to somebody else.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
All right, so you want to go outside and look at these things that you've agreed.
If there's nothing else, I think it's time. Yep.
So when you go outside, you see that there are 3 large wagons, each one of them being drawn by 2 oxen. And at first you're kind of like, this seems like a strange, and then you're like, oh, because on the large wagon, and it is a very large wagon that each of the oxen, the 2 oxen pair are drawing, is what looks like a very large staff. And you can see runes sort of glowing. In fact, you can even feel the energy a little bit from here, glowing on the staff. It has been mounted on essentially a platform on the back of one of these wagons. And as you were there, the sort of generals and the lieutenants who are responsible for it explain that the staff basically hurls this devastating magic over great distances. Mechanically, it will shoot a 500-foot long, 5-foot wide line of flame, which any creature in the line that fails its saving throw would take 10d6 fire damage, and also everything that they're not carrying that is flammable is immediately lit on fire. This thing is super powerful, but it takes a action to aim the staff, and it takes an action to fire it. So it's very much one of those, as it's like moving into place. So these are the things that are basically with them, and there are 3 of these wagons with the oxen. Also, the camp is just alive with activity. You notice this going in anyway, but like clearly everyone is like, get geared up basically, and ready to go. So these are what each of the staves look to. As you sort of like, take your positions by these towers. So all of the 3 wagons are going to go with you, and then you're going to leave one basically at each of these spots, more or less is what if I'm understanding it correctly. And you're going to the top one, the one that's closest to the enemy lines first, right? And then that's the theory, and then dropping back. Okay. So Now I'm gonna give you a little bit of flavor text here just before we set up, and I give you the actual counters that you have to put out here. But the ranks of the 5 nations coalition stand fast, awaiting the command to advance. This silvery mist that I made reference to is even thicker now, and it's swirling around the soldiers, blanketing the landscape in this impenetrable gray. And all is silent. "Where in Khyber are they?" mutters a soldier on the front rank, breaking the stillness with her voice. Almost in answer, the mists momentarily part. Do I have this song that I was hoping for here? There we go. The mists momentarily part. War-forged platoons advance through the landscape ahead. Strange, never-before-seen beasts ply the skies, and the ground itself buckles and warps as battle commences. "To arms!" screams a nearby officer, and both sides surge towards each other. Okay, now, let me explain a couple of things, and then I'm going to give you these counters to deploy. So, first of all, a note about resting. You will not be able to take long rests during this part. I hope that would have been clear anyway, but I just wanted to make it clear here. If you take a short rest, the party will not be able to move for 2 whole battle rounds. And a lot happens in a battle round, even more than a normal combat round might be the case. So I just want you to know that a short rest is going to be serious business. If you choose to take it, there are going to be consequences because the rest of the battle is going on. So just letting you folks know that about resting. On the fog of war, this mist that you see, the mist is supernaturally thick, and anything more than 10 feet away from you is lightly obscured. Anything more than 40 feet away from you is heavily obscured. There is no magic that can penetrate this. Not dark vision, not, I'm using the power of dream technology through the Clash Stars or whatever. Like, there's nothing that can pierce through this mist. Teleportation spells and effects are limited to line of sight only. And so you're pretty confident. Now, you don't have a chance to know this yet because you haven't used it in the combat in this environment. But spells like banishment or plane shift, things that you involve going to another plane, you're pretty sure this is going to be pretty heavily altered in terms of the way that it actually works in practice. It might mean that a banishment lasts like a round instead of lasting for way longer than that. So be aware that this mist is going to have an impact, fortunately on the bad guys too, just so you know, not just you, but it is going to be something which is going to limit some of what your magic is able to do. Everyone clear on those points? All right.
Do you have a question about the short rest thing?
Sure. Please.
What about the spell Catnap, which shortens a short rest to 10 minutes?
I think if you were using the spell Catnap, I would say in that environment you probably would be able to not move only for 1 battle round instead of 2. I think it would say.
I don't think any of us have it prepared, but I just wanted to ask because I know
that's what I would say for that.
I know that our bard and sorcerer can both use it.
Yep.
I didn't even know that spell existed. I feel like I could have used that information several battles ago.
Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move us to another map. Here. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. I may not. Wait. I want to make sure that I give you the right map to work with.
Yes, please.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Thank you.
I mean, I don't know if you really need it, but just in case.
You could say we win and we could just move on.
Look, Mr. Theater of the Mind.
Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah. I don't know why I didn't load that up. All right, sorry. I had loaded something up which Roll20 seems to have eaten. That is fine. Nobody panic. I'm a trained professional. Just give me a second while I get rid of this center space. It should be over here like that. Okay. Let me just
Those of you wondering what
quickly.
it's like when Roll20 eats something it's not supposed to, let me introduce you to Wendy's Family Chili Bucket.
You should have realized. Okay, yeah. I wanted to make sure that I get this right. This is a battle map. There is the one that I showed you is also usable, but I have a better battle map than this, than that one for you to actually deploy counters on and all that good stuff. So just a moment whilst I finish with this. Yes, good. Okay, wonderful. All right. So that looks fine. Then we go up to here. We don't need to worry about fog of war other than actual fog of war. Wonderful. Okay. There's that. That looks like that. Oh, and then I just have to remove the grid. And then we'll be good to go. Okay. And no grid. No grid for you.
I want to be incredibly pedantic about it. This means that the mechano pigeons that came back wouldn't have seen a damn thing if no magic can pierce this fog.
Yeah, how did the Oracle of War work in the no magic tent?
The thing about pigeons is they can fly below and through mists. And probably the Warforged were not busy looking for pigeons, I think would be the basic argument that I would
That's
use.
their mistake.
Exactly. Never mind those pigeons. It's probably just, Okay.
Wait.
Into fireball.
Are those real pigeons?
No, they're
mechanical pigeons.
Okay, that's what I thought. Immortal pigeons, like what the?
They've been in there a long time.
Yeah.
They're Oracle
really
of War.
old.
They're Oracle of War pigeons.
Yep.
War pigeon.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just zooming this out so chat can see it. It's a little difficult to see otherwise. Okay, there we go. Like that. All right, and then I'll increase that a little bit. There we go. All right. Now you should be able, and I moved you all over to this in Roll20, so you should be able to see what those things look like. You should see the stars on there as well.
Right.
Seeing stars, yeah.
Don't see us.
I don't see us either.
Correct. So now let's talk about that. So let me bring you some things known as tokens. All right. Where are these things?
Furry nuclear weapon.
Okay. Right. That's not here. That's in here.
Each hex is a mile across, you said?
That's right.
Yep.
Yes.
Whew. Yeah. Big scale.
Okay. So here we go. So
How much feet are in a mile?
5,280.
Grand. Cool.
Mm-hmm. About 2.2 kilometers for y'all.
So what we're saying is haste doesn't even help us.
Well, I mean, it can, yeah.
Maybe. Might make you explode.
okay. So what I'm doing right now is I am placing some of these tokens. I'm going to have to zoom in. It's going to look weird, chat. Never mind. We'll get it all fixed. And then I'm going to give you all charge of control, I should say, of these things. There are 2 armies from Ondare. There are 2 armies from Brayland. There are 2 armies from Karnath. One. Oh, nope, not Brayland. I said Karnath. 2 armies from Karnath. There's 1. And
probably stink.
Here's 2. Yeah, there's some. Those are undead forces for sure. Okay.
We'll disband those immediately.
And yeah. And there are 2 armies from New Seer, thanks to your work in the previous chapter.
Right, refugees clubs.
Yeah, but they're clean.
Yeah, true, absolutely. That makes all the difference.
Anyone who's ever played Heroes of Might and Magic knows that 1,000 peasants can do a lot of damage, even if they're just peasants. Okay.
We probably got all the rats with us.
And, of course, you've got 2 armies from Thrain because of your work in saving the Keeper of the Silver Flame.
It's possible we might have only had like 3 armies here, depending on actions we took.
Correct.
Oh my god.
All right, so you have now. So you have those allied armies.
Right.
Now that all sounds great. Now on their side, I'm not gonna lay these things down
for the
until
next
you've had a
30
chance to lay it
minutes.
down. Yeah, exactly. Exactly right.
That's fine. I gotta go pee. That works for me.
Okay.
Have
So
some dinner,
what
get
the
a
way this
sweater.
works now is you have an adventuring party counter, which I believe I have somewhere. Where are you all? Yes, I do. Here we go. So your counter is reflected. That's you, the adventuring party. The King's Citadel.
Wow.
How did we come up with the name?
The King
that
Citadel
stupid?
doesn't even have a logo.
Wow.
We don't have
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I just want you to know that
no
personalize our-
insignia whatsoever.
It's named the King Citadel token in my computer. I just want you all to know that. Okay.
Good thing we're not a secret anymore.
Well, we talked about this. Not anymore, you're not. Okay. So now I'm going to place this. So New Seer, both of these should now be controllable by any of you. If you can double check and make sure that you are able to control the New Seer ones, that would be lovely.
Yep.
Yep, looks good.
Uh-huh.
All right. And then now...
And I'm sure Tantin brought the automatons and the big laser spinny ball thing from the courtyard, brought it along, and it's
just in case.
Yeah,
I just did the same thing with Thrain. If everyone could check the 2 tokens for Thrain and make sure you can control those.
Yes.
Yep.
All
By
right.
themselves.
Now if you could check Ondare.
Good.
Okay. Next up, please check Karnath.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. Next up, if you could all check the Nation of Braylon, please.
Yep.
Okay.
Good.
And I'll control the adventuring part. Just kidding.
Perfect.
All right. There you all.
Why
Okay.
are we running into the camp?
I don't understand. Why is it? Okay. So now that all of this is the way it should be, and I will fix the map in just a second, chat. I would like all of you, please, you can decide amongst yourselves how you want to do this. You can deploy the allied forces. All those tokens that you see can be deployed in any of the hexes down here that you can see are a little dark. Basically, these bottom 2 rows of hexes, these are allied deployment. Each hex can only contain 1 army, except that the adventuring party can share the same hex as an allied army. So you can be in the same token as anybody else, but other than that,
National.
everyone else has to take their own hex. So how do you want to place your tokens? You can do so as you wish now.
Do any of these armies have like any unique combat, any noteworthy combat abilities that would be of note to mention?
For the purposes of this, no. Although as you go through the battle, there will be different events and things that happen that may uniquely affect some sets of these armies, but nothing at the beginning where you're like, you know, the undead armies are really slow, so you need to put them all the way front. You know, like it's not like that. No.
And these are all basically the same number of people in each unit.
That's right. In fact, each one of these represents an army, with the exception of New Seer. Each of the other armies represents about 5,000 troops, and it combines like artillery, cavalry, and infantry. New Seer is considerably smaller, like a few hundred in each one. It's like sort of like guerrilla forces. But otherwise, you're talking about 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. So you've got about 40,000 plus, you know, a few hundred. 41,000 about troops that you're controlling plus yourselves. No pressure.
And we're facing, let's see, you said 4 to 5 times, so 160 to 180.
Yeah, you don't know yet. I will lay out those counters.
Well, one of the generals said we're outnumbered by 4 or 5 to 1.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, all right.
Fun.
Would have been a lot worse if you hadn't done a better job. If you hadn't done a good job earlier.
No, exactly. And rather that than 10 to 1. Look, battles have been won on those odds. Not often, but they've been won.
So,
Right.
no unique capacities notwithstanding. I think, at the very least, one of the things that occurs to me is that a Brayllish battalion should be in front.
Yeah, I think both of them probably. Well, I'm worried about splitting up the units because then it's different command structures, etc., etc., etc. But if we're able to move all of these, we should put the one each Braylon with like one of the Ondares and Karnath, so they all kind of gain strength from each other, I guess. But I'm maybe playing too much of that. I don't know.
At this point, if we're putting soldiers on the battlefield, we have to trust that they're capable of following instructions regardless of where they come from.
Fair.
All of us have the same goal in mind. The only thing that is otherwise uniquely useful to me is if we're going to move with a crew of people, we're probably moving with a crew from New Seer. Moving as lean as possible would probably be very helpful for us.
Normally,
Prince Justin asks, "This is Alexander the Great versus Darius, Sword of Numbers, or any of you Alexander the Great?" So,
nope.
I mean, I'm shiny and wear armor, so
okay.
So normally, Rowan, I'd agree with you. However, if we're going to move into a situation where we need to fight, I don't think we should have untrained conscripts on our side. We should probably pair up with like one of the more experienced units.
Also
because
fair.
if we will probably go towards where the fighting's heaviest, we're going to need professional soldiers to move with. New Seer, I have ideas for them. They're not going to be pretty. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, out of the 5 of us, I only trust 2 of us to be tacticians, and I turn to Tantin.
And he's like got an Allen wrench that he's kind of tweaking something on Spanner, and it's like, oh, I was thinking that if we're going to be up front out there, we should probably have all the undead people with us, because honestly, I worry less about losing them.
Cold, but also useful.
Kind of smart.
Point.
And I mean, I know none of us are politicians, but let's remember that hopefully at the end of all this, we'll live long enough to face the consequences of what we chose, and that we don't want the countries to go at war because of this war. I mean, they've done it before, they're idiots.
They will do it again.
And again and again.
I'm also thinking about the other unique part of us being so forward-facing at this point, which is the 4 of you have literally saved some of these nations, and perhaps even the lives of some of the actual soldiers who we're joining. So if we're gonna pick a side that we're working with, know that your presence is going to be a unique point of morale for some of those people. Which one of those groups do you actually care about being motivated in that way the most? Which is the other reason why I chose New Seer. We just kind of saved them from famine. I'm pretty sure they'd kind of do whatever we ask.
So we'll need the professional soldiers, and more efficiently and more dangerously. So I've put New Seer on the side because I want them to be more skirmishers. I don't expect them to be in the thick of battle. If they are, something's gone terribly wrong already. We're asking a lot of them, and yes, I know we did a lot for them. You're probably right. They probably charge headlong into the group. They're not cannon fodder. I don't want to use them as such.
Speaking only as someone from Salvation, I know the usefulness of folks like these.
Yes, but until you've commanded and seen people die on the battlefield, Rowan, you have no idea what you're getting yourself into. And this is exactly what Alarian says to you straight on. Until you've been there, until you've done it, you don't know. You're treating these as pieces on a chessboard. Each one of those people are living, breathing people who have families and lives and homes they'd like to go home to at the end of this battle. Many of them are not going to do that. So don't just think we're going to be placing little checkers around. These are lives we're going to throw into battle. They're going to die. Okay? This is my general stance on how I think we should set up. I am open to suggestions. I do agree with Tantin's that we should take the Karnath out to set the stabs along with a team to run them, because expendable.
Works for me.
You want them all to advance?
Roughly at the same time, yes. I'm assuming we're going to go with Karnath ahead to plant the stabs. Once the enemy starts going, the teams will start firing into them. We fall back to the secondary positions. Only when all 3 stabs are set up do we start advancing, letting the stabs take out as much of the army as possible before our forces commit to battle.
Also, quick note about the movement. Because you are yourselves the lightest of these units, you can move in around 2. I don't want to get too far into this until I deploy my forces, and I have to wait to do that until you're finished deploying yours. But you can move 2 hexes around. the armies, all of the armies, including Nusir, can move 1 hex around. So just be aware of that you can outspeed basically any of the armies, which is not surprising, I suppose.
Okay, so we're not taking any of the armies with us to plant the staffs because we'll move faster than them.
That's
correct?
right, but you could like get to the space and wait while they come up or whatever. Like that's
we're not waiting. That'll take way too long. They'll overrun the first position before they even get there.
Yeah, because you can go fast enough that the oxen and the wagons can go with you. So that is
exactly.
Yeah.
All right, then in that case, they all stay in the line. The ones in back reinforce any gaps once we actually commit to battle. And in that case, actually, I'm going to move these guys over here, there. And that way, we're more spread out. We have, quote-unquote, a front line, and we have reinforcements. And hopefully, these staves of power will do the job to soften up the initial fight, the front lines, to demoralize them, which is going to be
And you don't
difficult.
want to leave any of the Braylon as a second line. I am merely asking questions, not making accusations.
Understandable. I'm guessing that the Braylon warriors are going to be the best fighters out of all of them. I don't know the capabilities of the armies, so unfortunately, they're going to be in the vanguard.
Okay.
Because I trust them more.
GM, is this information that the Oracle would have given us?
About, I'm sorry, which part of it? The
placing of which armies where?
No, they've given you the sort of, because in a minute you're going to see where the enemy forces are, but the Oracle would have given you the places to reinforce, the potential for assault, which of the units is sort of more dangerous, or the more command units that you could theoretically attack, but not necessarily where each enemy army is going to be moving or where you should necessarily be placed. The Oracle doesn't do that. It sort of gives you what's most likely. In fact, this area that you're fighting on, as it is the most, like the entire battlefield, is the most tactically advantageous place that you could be fighting out of the options available to you.
Arv, what is the green bits on the hill? I'm assuming the brown is just standard like dirt. What is the green? Is that like elevated?
Yeah, so the green stuff is basically different. These are places that are like sort of hills and scrub brush and elevated positions in some spots. Now, again, remember that I'm not putting all of the Fog of War because the idea is it's sort of meant to be seen as epic, which is why those mists that you see on there are left there. But be aware that you will not be able to see the other side of the battlefield until you get there. In fact, that's a better way to answer the question I just answered. The Oracle of War has told you where everything is so that you know where to go, right? Basically, but not that you can see it like top down the way that we're looking at it here. That's being done for the benefit of generally what you're thinking about, but you don't know what's in each of those hexes other than the fact that it's not the enemy yet, and that you may run into surprises, actually, as you go through some of these hexes. So you know that those are somewhat elevated positions, but they may not be elevated when you arrive there. Welcome to Fighting in the Gray, right?
Mm-hmm.
So. Hey, Drew.
All right, if there's no other questions or comments, then I think it's time we start moving out to plant the staves.
In that case, it is my turn to lay down my armies. And by mine, I don't mean mine, I mean the bad guys. All right.
Oh, you mean yours, sir.
Lay down.
Yeah, those are yours. Yeah. I mean, sometimes you need to take responsibility as GM for the cruelty that you are about to commit.
I am just the messenger.
Wait, lay down, you mean surrender? Very well, we accept.
You mean I'm going to lay down my sword and you're
That's
going to lay down your rock and we're going to
7.
fight like civilized men?
A bunch of gray dots. That's no problem. We can take those.
Mm-hmm. That first one, we're going to have to move fast to get to that one.
And
Cool. Fun.
oops, shoot. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, you go over here. And I would like it if you roll 20, I swear. Copy. Okay, good. That's what I wanted to do. All right, we go up here. And we go here. There you are.
Cool.
Perfectly functional. Okay. So now let's talk a little bit about the Assault on Castle Ravenloft and the Curse of Strahd campaign. Oh my God, it's true. Okay, so here's the way that this works now that we've all been deployed. So this is going to be played out in what we will call battle rounds. And the battle rounds work this way. They begin by moving the adventuring party. So you all get to move first. And you can choose where to move your adventuring party. On entering each new hex, you're going to be checking for some conditions, or to be more exact, I'm going to be checking for conditions, because some of these hexes where you move are going to have some surprises that you can't see because of the mist, right? So that's the first thing to do, is to sort of move the adventuring party and take care of whatever has to be resolved in terms of encounters there. Once you've moved your party and that stuff is resolved, the next thing is to decide where to move the allied armies. Each army counter can move 1 hex, I told you that already. To attack an enemy army has to move into its hex. Army cannot move if there is an enemy army in its hex. So if your army moves into its hex, it can't leave until someone else has destroyed the others. Also, an army cannot move into a hex that is already occupied by an allied army. So you obviously can't move into another allied army, because again, you can only have 1 army per hex. Once you've moved your armies and we've resolved anything there, I then move the enemy forces. Again, enemy follows the same rules in terms of movement and so forth, except for the starred units. You don't know about those yet. You'll find out more as time goes on. After the armies have all moved, we then resolve conflicts between opposing armies. And if a hex has 2 rival army counters, one player then makes a battle check. And there's a battle check results table that you have, basically essentially abstracting what the battle looks like. If you are in the same hex as that conflict between an allied army and an enemy army, you add 1 to the total. If there are more allied armies in adjacent hexes than enemy armies, you add 2 to the total. And if vice versa, if there are more enemy armies in adjacent hexes than allied armies, you reduce the total by 2. So basically, that's the sort of broad tactical thing that you need to be thinking about. And so you do that. Once you've resolved allied combats, you then resolve the party's combat. If they've moved in to attack someone, that's handled slightly differently. We'll address that if and when we get there. And then that's the end of a battle round. Okay? So that's the basic idea. It is adventuring party movement, allied army movement, enemy army movement, army conflicts resolved, if any, and then party combat resolved, if any. That's how it looks. All good? So now that you've said that, you can now deploy, or I should say not deploy, you can move now your troops. So the adventuring party, you folks actually should be starting 1 hex back from there. Either because you're forward 1 hex, so you need to be in one of those ones, like in with Karnath.
Yep, let me hear.
That's fine. Okay, so adventuring party, you're going to move first. I'll tell you as you go when you move into a hex, like if anything happens out of the ordinary. Otherwise, you can move as you wish.
All right, I think we need to change up our plan. We are not going to make it to that forward post without being overrun. There's no way. They're going to be on it too soon. So, I think we should go for this one. Right there. Although, I fear that one is closer. If an army is in this spot, they'd have to be cleared out before we
correct. You'd have to defeat it, but then you could move something in there.
There's no freaking way. All right, one. I'm voting we move to this one and just get one of these planted right away over the one that's closest to us right here.
The right.
Actually, wait. We can set up on any.
We are theoretically just as far from either of them.
Well, hang on a second. We can set up at any point along this front wall, right?
Yes.
The adventure party.
Yep.
Well, screw that. We're gonna do this one then.
Okay.
We're gonna move out to that one.
Do
That way, it'll get us there in 2 rounds. All right, that's what I think we should do.
It'll get us there in 2 rounds.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yeah,
Yep.
It'll get you and your oxen with the staff there. But
That's what I want. All right, everyone agree?
Yeah, works for me.
Okay, then we're going to move the adventuring party. We're playing adventuring party right now, but that's a different game altogether.
okay, when you get there,
Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have to check this hex first?
we should do one at a time. But
Okay.
thank you for the reminder. But that hex
Yeah,
is fine.
yeah.
When you get to that second one, the next one up,
20 hit points to every member of the group.
Yeah, you all take 100 damage. No. If once you move up, you can now move up to the second one over here.
Okay.
When you move up to the second one, what you notice is that there are, now remember, this is the Field of Ruins, and there are ruins all over this battlefield. This is one such example. You can tell here that there is there are a series of basically these ruined walls that are essentially what look like they might have been ancient towers or so on. But the thing that you notice is that you actually can't see anything like inside the wall, but there are arrow slits and things like that. In other words, if you want, you could try to set up an ambush there by moving one of your allied armies into this area if you wanted to do that. So, but I need you to describe what exactly you're going to tell them to do. These are basically like ruined castle/tower walls, and you can, again, this is going to seem a little odd, but there's enough communication abilities for you to be able to let armies on the front lines, your armies, know where you would like them to go. So that's something to think about. But first you'd have to tell me how you want to prepare it for the ambush, and then we're going to do a skill check to see if that works. Assuming you want to, you know.
Yeah, well, I do, and this is where I want the new Seer people to go. It's a place they can strike from concealment and also give them some protection against the advancing army. So I would be comfortable putting one of the new Seer units right where we are right now.
I would agree with that because a smaller unit can handle it.
Will not attract as much attention to itself, and they will stay hidden until the proper time, so they won't be spotted. Any objections or any other ideas? Bueller? Okay, so we're going to post the new Seer, the front unit. We want to put them up here and instruct them to take cover and then basically snipe when they see the enemy approaching.
Okay. I would like you then to make for me, because the new Seer folks, actually, new Seer is probably better suited for this because of the sort of guerrilla tactic type of stuff that they're associated with. I should point out, by the way, Rowan, that one of the people here, you notice, is actually Karenna. And you may remember that Karenna was the teenager who was, and you sort of like, you know, without getting into great detail about this, Karenna apparently was not supposed to be with these troops, but has showed up anyway. And so Karenna is one of this ragtag crew, which includes a goblin or two and a bunch of like some guards folk and a lot of people that you're pretty sure you all recently saw giving food to not that long ago and all that stuff. But they are nervous, but at least willing to try. So what I would like to do is I'll take a pitch about how you want to do this. You could one of you could try to convince them, sort of persuade them, basically give them a pep talk, if you will, like a charisma check, something like that, a persuasion check. I would also, if one of you wanted to try to do instead something that was intelligence-based, to try to tactically explain it, because there are some guards in this mix, that would be another possible check that you all could do. So you can't do multiples, though, so you have to choose one sort of method that you're going to use to try to, you know, get these people in position.
I am going to do a charisma thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I agree with that.
I will inspire you, Rowan.
Thank you. I walk up to Karenna.
Okay.
And I'm talking to everyone, like I'm holding everyone's eye contact very briefly, but the person that I'm looking at the most is Karenna this entire time.
She's
and I say,
breathing like.
Mm-hmm.
She has this ill-fitting helmet on, which is clearly like repurposed 5 times. And
so I take out my deck of cards, and I'm shuffling it as I walk up to them. And I go something to the effect of, because I want first for Karenna to notice that I am also a little bit nervous, but a great deal more confident than they are.
Okay.
And then I take a deep breath and I walk up to Karenna and I say, "This is going to be one of the most difficult moments of your life. Right now, you are afraid. Deathly so. I understand exactly why. This is not just about your life. This is about the stake of the world that you live in. If something goes wrong, it goes terribly wrong. But if you weren't here, nothing would change. If you didn't come here today, whatever lies beyond that fog would just roll down this ground for the rest of the day and take whatever it met and continue pushing forward until it took your home, the homes of all of these other people who have joined us here. Which means that your presence itself is a stone that will make the wall that defends your home. Just you being here shifts the tide. And I'm here to tell you, and I draw 3 cards from my marked deck, mind you.
Okay.
Ace of Spades, Ace of Clubs, Ace of Diamonds. And then I shuffle them back into the deck, and then I deal a card so quickly that it slips out of my hand and falls face down in front of Karena. And I say, that means that no matter how afraid you are, they have to be afraid of what you're going to do, because they've never met anything like you before. And I ask Karena, I point at the card for Karena to pick it up.
And she kind of like reaches down, or you can see her hand trembling a little bit, and she picks it up and turns it around. And it is.
It's a Joker, and written as if a speech bubble coming from the Joker's mouth says, "They won't know what hit them."
And a couple of the people around, like the other, irregulars, sort of like chuckle, and she smiles and she says, "All right, we're ready to start go being stones then." And she gives you this little smile. Okay, so I would like Rowan to do a persuasion check. I will allow. I'm going to have him do this at plus. I'm going to allow him to do this at +3. I will allow someone else to assist. To do and if you assist, then I would give you probably 2 on the assist. If you want to add hero points, if you want to bend luck, all that stuff, you can do that. That's fine. But that's what we're looking at here.
And then Mara May's inspiration is going to count too, right?
If you do bardic inspiration, yes.
Yeah. And then so Mia Tanton, I think you should inspire, because the townspeople also know you from what you did with the Prince, King, Count, whatever his name was. The Prince. So I think you should be the one assisting.
Well, Prince Justin is also inspired, by the way. Thank you, Prince Justin. That dash who. Oh, wait, are you looking for inspiration dash who? That's, it should be just to see who has, I take that back. Inspiration dash who. But Prince Justin, was that you also suggesting you would inspire? Because I think you accidentally inspired without meaning to. Do you want to, or you can if you want? Hold on just one moment, everybody, as we make sure. Because I've shown everyone who's got inspirations. Only if the player wants. So if someone wants an inspiration.
I am very much open to an inspiration. What does inspiration do for me again?
Roll an advantage.
Then you could roll an advantage.
Which means that I don't need to bend luck, which means that I don't have to tempt fate with another goddamn...
Wild Magic Surge.
Speaking of which,
Wild
you never
Magic
gave me a
Surge.
Wild Magic Surge on the Ben Luck on Nisiana's check, did you?
Because I'm this
not
because this
Mermaid's
is
check, sorry, not Nisiana.
Yeah, because this is since my last long rest.
Oh, okay.
I will only owe you Wild Magic Surge if I decide to
do it again.
Bend luck again after this one.
No, I mean not at all, Prince Justin, because this is the last tabletop session of the month, so use them or lose them.
Year.
And the year, actually, yes. There'll be no more inspirations in 2025. So, okay, Prince Justin has inspired you, Rowan.
All right.
Thank you, Prince Justin.
Right, so this is...
Cool.
Persuasion.
Wow.
Natural 20.
And I'm still gonna do everything else, mind you.
Okay, yeah.
So that's an inspiration from Marame is D6.
12. D12.
Okay.
Yeah, not a small thing.
Another 12.
Wow.
Ow!
And then
I
plus
became
5,
so excited I nearly broke one of my teeth.
36, 41 with the plus 3 that Arv gave and the plus 2 assist. So we're at 41. That's
Cool.
amazing. That's amazing.
So this is the part where I ask, does the other New Seer army hear me say any of this?
Well,
no, all the New Seer people strip off and they become the guys from 300 and charge into battle.
Yeah, exactly.
Decimate the army.
This
There you
is
go.
New Seer.
That's
Yeah,
right. That's right. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
God.
Yes. Okay. So, yes, they are quite inspired to do that. And so,
Rowan's berserkers.
I am secretly keeping a tally of victories for each side. So some of these you'll be aware of, or you can take a guess. Some of them you won't. But when New Seer gets there, they'll take up position there. Remember that you're going to do that, like when you actually bring them up there. But otherwise, that's the thing that you notice about. That's the thing that you have with those hexes.
Now,
okay. Yes.
One thing I wanted to make sure that you saw from Christmas Eve in Discord. I said, one of the things I imagine Tanton doing during the weeks and days leading up to this fight is, as much as he hates to do it, he's using his knowledge of Warforged construction to teach the groups of troops where to find the weak points and possible vulnerabilities so that they can teach others. Feels a bit icky, like if Dr. Franklin used his knowledge of Minbari biology in the Earth Minbari War.
Such a good analogy, though.
Yes.
Damn.
Yes, and that's fair enough. And so that is something which we will take into account. I'd say what that probably will do is, I don't think we can do it for all of them, but I think what I'll say is, let's say it this way, because I do remember reading that. Let's say it this way. For 2 attacks of the allied armies, and you can choose which 2, you can add 1 to that battle check roll that I mentioned. So remember that battle check roll, because the roll is not a large roll, by the way. I think it's like the battle check table, I think, is like
D6 or D8?
It is D6. So adding 1 is a fairly significant boost.
Yeah.
So that's what we'll say for 2 of those, okay? But remind me, Trent, when we get there, because I depend on what those are.
Hey, Greg, I have a quick point of order question. When I do any magic, my dragon marks go out, or when I do healing, my dragon marks go out?
When you do, I think it is particularly major spells, which I think includes your healing, is when the dragon marks come out, because they're related to your house's work. So, like, for example, I don't know if a cantrip triggers it, but definitely a cure wound spell. It doesn't have to be like a level 8 spell to trigger.
And something like Death Ward would.
Right.
Okay.
Frankly, Nisiana, to be honest with you, you're not likely to have to worry about whether they see you or not in this mist. At least not until they're right on top of you. So.
Yeah, but I don't want to be the person who gives them.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Yeah.
Okay, I was just checking because I'm trying to think, what would Nisiana do, and I know what she would do, but I don't want to do it until.
Okay. Okay. So the adventuring party has moved. We took care of that. Okay, so allied movement next. Okay, so each of you, so you're going to move each of these armies where you want to move them. They each move 1 hex.
We're going to keep it simple. March, and a march, and a march.
Do we have stars where our headquarters are that we need to keep people protecting? Or is that
those stars are here, like the ones for where you're trying to place the siege staves. Other than that, no, not back here. The headlines headquarters are before these lines. So
Tola is about to be joined. Well, can be joined in a while, but we've started.
Now it is
just making sure, because the most I've done is capture the flag and paintball and stuff like that.
Okay.
I take it as we continue advancing, we want to send 2 or 3 of these troops
Just kidding.
to the right for that second stave.
For the second what?
For the second stave, even if they move without us, if we could send like.
Yeah, we might send the Thrain and Karnath ones over there.
Yeah.
Okay. There's the enemy movement. All right. Then we are going to resolve army conflicts. We don't have any army conflicts to resolve because no one has battled each other yet, which leads us to resolving party combat. We do not have any party combats that we have to resolve either.
Wait, the party's fighting each other. What's going on?
Exactly.
Sorry. Yep.
Exactly. Now we move back up to the beginning of battle round 2. Okay. Battle round 2. First, the party moves.
Oh, that's not great. Sorry, I was looking at the score of the game, and it's not going well for us.
Yeah,
but,
no,
we're a second half team anyways.
Sports.
The Ravens have choked away already, 2 or 3 leads this year? It's not done yet.
I'm keeping my fingers crossed.
All right. We will frickin' make... I have the staff.
Okay. Now, when you get to... wait, you moved... I think you moved 2 just then, right?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Hang on. There.
Okay. When you arrive there, you can see, and I'm going to change this now. I actually made one slight mistake, which is that I accidentally replaced one of them. Here we go. There is a rocky outcropping here, and as you get onto this rocky outcropping and look up, the mists in a strange swirling way move and shift, and for a moment you can see a great distance into the future. You're not 100% sure why. I am 100% sure that I'm happy to have a 99-person raid from Robert Hartley GM. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the battle. You have arrived at the right time. Thank you. Thank you, Robert Hartley. Welcome to Verse Polar, Phoenix Wolf, Windworm, the Velvet Bull, Cinderfingers, Gen Ren, Macabre 92, Nerd Witch, Friend of the Fiend. That's troubling. Quitry, Balalai, Matter Draconai. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you so much, everybody. Welcome to we're heading into the end of our level 1 to 20 Eberron campaign. We are in the midst of a battle against the Lord of Blades. We got a lot of tactical stuff going on today. You are watching a tremendous role-playing group. And yeah, this is Eberron. My name is Arvin Elleron. We do a lot of tabletop games on here, and this is our second raid of the night, so this is awesome. I'm excited, and get ready for some tactical stuff. But welcome, everybody. It's so nice to see you, and everyone. I do know Robert Hartley GM. I have actually watched a couple of streams, lurked in a couple of streams before, so thank you so much. And if folks are not already doing so, please follow Robert Hartley. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the raid, everybody, and settle in. We got some battles to do because the mist parts, and through, just for a moment, you can see almost like a laser, it seems, through the parting mist that someone important, very important, is standing on top of a rock. I'd invite you all to think about that moment from the Two Towers Helm's Deep fight where the white-handed orc, right, stands up on the rock and roar, right, and like lifts its arm. Except
Lurtz.
Here, say again. Yes, Lurtz, right.
Lurtz.
I should have had the name exactly. But instead, what you're dealing with is a very familiar, almost enormous Warforged figure. It is the Lord of Blades
For a
themselves.
second there, I
And
thought
they
you
are
were going to say a really Karnak, and all hell was
Yeah,
lost.
yeah. God, son of a... No, no.
Yes.
Not a rolling
Yes.
Karnak.
Yes. Tanton would just be like, eh.
Yeah, exactly. Pew! Yeah, exactly.
Whee!
Measure for the wind.
Oh, we got the
Yeah.
Lord of Blades on our side.
The
Oh,
Lord
that's
of-
gonna be great.
the Lord of
you
Blades.
started this.
Yeah,
You
sorry,
started describing, and I immediately went, I can't remember what happened to Barda that last time when we were betrayed and nearly lost our airship. It was like,
Maybe
I
that's
always
this
see-
one.
mm-hmm.
This right here is clearly the Lord of Blades themselves leading an army
Damn.
forward into the battle. And a thing I want to mention is that you only see them for a moment,
Huh.
and then the mist sort of covers it again. But it was clear. All of you except Rowan. Maybe Rowan, you might be like, that person looks pretty impressive. And I think you did too. Pretty much everybody. Oh no, you didn't see. You would have seen them, right? So Rowan, I think
He was in the Argon.
yeah, you were in the Argon.
Oh,
So
yeah.
you've all seen the Lord of Blades. That's who this clearly is, and you all see it just for a moment of terrifying clarity before the mist closes in again. So still some distance from you, but closing fast. Now you can do the second movement over into the store.
All right. Well, we're on the right side of the battle then.
Yeah, I mean, yes.
I mean,
Agree.
it's the side that gets to shoot the Lord of Blades. That makes it right in my book.
That's right.
I mean, there is the head of the army. If we could take out that unit, that which I have my doubts, but that's what we need to really concentrate on. The sad part is everything else. Okay.
And I would like to tell the Velvet Bull that is a great name. I am a Minotaur lover from ages past. So fantastic to have you here.
I will also mention that I used to actually literally have the Velvet Bull fighter on velvet from Spain. My father bought it. So, yeah.
Outstanding. This is what I like to hear.
Was it a Velvet Bull that cried?
No, he was in the middle of goring the bullfighter.
Nice.
Oh, geez, wow.
That's what I like to hear.
Okay, so that was the adventuring party's move. You've done what you need to do now. As you the oxen kind of move the wagon into position. And you start to do the, kind of move it in place. As you're doing that, allied army turns. So now you have to move your allied army where you want them to go.
Right.
And for chat, those of you who've just joined, this is a big tactical battle that is happening in the Gray, an area of terrible magical disaster that occurred in the world of Eberron. These folks have been, for 18 levels now, have been working through various things to lead to what is this final conflict, this destructive conflict. Between them and the Lord of Blades, who is a Warforged that basically harbors hatred for all of the non-Warforged people in Corvair. And they have had run-ins with the Lord of Blades before. In fact, the Lord of Blades actually stole a massive airship warship from them before. But they are back now trying to battle him, and they are controlling both themselves and the allied armies. This is a little more tactical than we might normally get in these things, but that's what's going on with this. So
this is more strategy than tactics.
Yes, I guess that's true. Yes, fair.
Where's the eraser on this stupid thing? I want to get rid of that red line.
Yep, you've created a river of blood. They can't pass it. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes.
Let's see.
Newseer left a flag right in that position.
There you go. You did a couple of these
if
things.
I can aim the staff at it, at the Lord of Blades.
All right, I got it, John.
Do we know how far these staves fire from this position?
500 feet. Yep.
Which is not a mile, to be clear, or multiple miles. But
all right, there. So I've labeled the new seers. They're going to hold their position now.
You realize if I pop my aura, it will give the Lord of Blades a target to come after. Do you want that?
Yes. If we're going to stop him.
Marie, you're muted.
Sorry. I think with the mists right now and how far they are, we need them a little bit earlier, and then you could pop your aura.
Okay.
But...
That's true, because this is not like a 1 minute round. This is going to be 10, 20, maybe a half hour. So
my aura lasts for 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
And I can burn higher level spell slots to make sure.
Thank you for the follow on my channel.
That is good. Let's let him get closer first. And then...
Okay. Well, then
that's a good idea.
Let me know, because I have a first spell that I want to throw at my sister, which will light up the lights.
So we don't need to do anything else. Once we're here, the staff is planted. Is that correct?
That is correct. Although,
we have to defend it.
Well, yeah, and getting all three of them up is sort of hopefully the idea. Without
we're not going to get
destroyed.
all three. There's no way.
Yeah.
I've already changed the plan. We got that forward position is
do the
going
best
to be completely
you can,
overrun. So we're going to try to do the 2, which is going to have to be enough.
Okay. Also, I did want to mention.
No plan survives contact with the enemy. It's
that's
something
right.
we were taught in tactical school.
I'm going to
have some commentary for that Oracle of War. You guys put that forward one a little bit too forward, people.
Okay. Let's see. I just wanted to show you a little bit of the vision that you had temporarily, because I have a picture of it. And it will be appearing on OBS.
I mean, we
now.
did just take down an ancient green dragon. How bad is the Oracle of War? Oh, yeah. Okay. Never mind.
Cool, fun.
And
That looks
his
delightful.
100,000 Warforge. Great. Yeah.
They sure look elite. And
Can
there's a lot of them.
Oh,
Are,
okay.
are we seeing something? I don't.
On
It's on
OBS.
the screen.
On OBS. It's
And now
on, it's
he's
on the
made it
stream.
so small you can't really see
Well,
it.
now I moved it back up again because I didn't
Oh,
realize.
It
there you
is.
go.
Yeah, he is
Right.
one scary mofo.
There we go. Oh, yeah, that's great. Great. Thanks.
Is that
Okay.
is that a giant Warforged chimera behind him?
I don't know what you're talking about. This is just.
I respectfully withdraw my request to see that image again.
It's like, actually, never mind. Too much immersion. Please stop.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we left something back at the camp, guys. Maybe we
Exactly.
should.
Hey, what was the name of that Colossus suite that disappeared?
Oh, Big
Oh.
Mo.
Big Mo.
Yep.
Big Mo. That's not Big Mo, is it?
No, it's not. It's not that big. It's not.
Okay.
He looks large, but he's not a Colossus-sized thing. Okay.
Crap.
Allied armies. So you marked New Seer. Are you moving? So you move them into position. Everyone else has moved where you wanted them to move.
Yeah. Question, real quick. We don't have to plant the third staff at that star. We could plant it somewhere else, right?
Well, those other positions though are not reinforceable in the same way. Oracle of War said that these 3 spots are the spots where you could. Nothing else is going to be that suitable. So you can take a chance, and or you can maybe just get 2 out of the 3. I mean, again, plans.
No, we're
change
just going
and
to go
whatever.
with 2 out of the 3.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, I want you to note that this, again, you don't technically see this within the Mists of War, but one of these is moving faster than the others. This one is moving as fast as you all are, which is 2 hexes per turn. Everyone else is moving 1 hex a turn. Okay, army conflicts resolved. There are no army conflicts to be resolved. There are no party conflicts to be resolved. However, you could at least aim the thing on your turn, which I assume you're going to want to do.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Philipple. So you're kind of moving. Are you moving it in any particular direction? Because you don't know what hex it's going to.
I know.
It's not until it actually gets into your hex that you'll be able to hit it. Because again, 500 feet.
Right. Well, then it's just going to be straight ahead.
Okay, got it.
Because if we have a mile to play with, then we got room to burn.
That's fair. Okay, that leads us. All those conflicts are resolved. That leads us to the top of the round. Okay. And, all right, adventuring party first. Where are you going to go next?
Do we stay and attack this guy, or do we continue to the next one?
Don't you have to hold
Nope.
this position?
No.
No, the army should be able to
No.
hold the position once
the
they
army
get...
gets up there, yeah.
Yeah.
Here's my suggestion. If he's moving faster, we want to lure him out. I say we retreat and start bringing our units up around this to get him. The more we put on him, the better our battle rolls are going to be. Ideally, if we can get enough forces, bring the Braylon forces over, bring the Ondir forces over, we can get enough on him when he shows up. That and the staff and the ambush site, we might be able to take him out before the rest of the army gets here. Or I say we just
That is
abandon the other one's going to take too far to get to, and we have him here in front of us right now.
That's assuming it's not a ruse. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Yeah, but it's worth anyway. It's a command unit that's approaching that we saw. We know the Lord of Blades is there, so I'm willing to take that risk. That either way, it should demoralize part of the army regardless.
Yes, dropping a command unit is still valuable.
Okay.
So yeah, in that case, the adventuring party, I think, I'll be honest, in 2 is just going to move 1 over here. We can still, by the way, move units into this position, right? Ours is a mile.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I mean,
or
when they get
do we
there
just-
in terms of movement, but yes.
Do I just want to keep us there and hold our position and bring the army up around us?
That means he can't get into our position if we do that, right?
Yeah.
Well, it means he could engage you. He could attack you.
He can.
And he can move into that space, yes, because he'd then be engaging you directly.
But by the time... Okay. Oh, wait. No. I know what I want to do. I want to actually pull back 1 because I want to bring him to us and bring up our armies as quickly as possible to surround him when we actually do attack him. All right. That's where I want to go.
Is the staff Like there's still someone there to operate the staff, right?
Mhm.
Because it needs to be fired.
Yeah, there's a team there.
Perfect. Okay.
We're not doing it. We just had to get it there.
The Oxen are doing it.
They're
So we-
amazing.
They're
They're
so
amazing
good.
We got it.
technicians. Yeah.
So we don't need to have an army in that position. Like he can't take over the staff's ability, right?
It's a fortified position.
It's a fortified position, although yes and no. He could attack it, and could theoretically take it over or destroy it without an army there. They can fire at this, his crew, but he could attack it because that's an army that he's leading, or a division of the army.
Then
So-
is this the time for me to pop my aura of life and get his attention?
Hold. One more round.
Okay.
All right, so you're backing up just one?
Even if they shoot once there and take out whoever, and then on the next round you're going to do it. And hopefully he'll charge right through. Excuse me.
Okay. So you move back one. Okay, now I need you to move the allied armies.
All right. This one stays put.
Okay.
Now we're going to start clustering them. Actually, we're gonna abandon this one entirely. I don't really care about it anymore. Here, and you are actually going to move over there.
What about this one?
They're staying as the ambush site. If they keep coming, they're going to stay there. Their point is to stay and ambush whoever comes through.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Then they're going to move.
Such riveting token movement, please.
Now, if we get our
Play
token to the
this right
other
now.
side, it gets pinged and then we
Exactly.
can move anywhere. Yeah.
Exactly. You just jump over them. Army. Okay. So let's see. 1, 2. I believe it was 2 away. So it moves in there.
Okay.
Okay. It does not challenge yet. We will see what happens in terms of the aiming and firing and all that stuff with that next time. Okay. There's no conflict to be resolved, other than the fact that they are going to fire at this group. So you do hear this, and then just this arcane just blast shoots out. You hear the squealing and screeching of metal, and you see a number of Warforged sort of just kind of melt like slag just on the battlefield. But there are definitely a lot of them left, as the team struggles to basically reorient the staff for firing, because it has to fire again. Other than that, there are no conflicts to resolve here, so that brings us up to the top of what I think now is the 4th battle round. Okay, so adventuring party, you go first.
And we have to actually enter the other. They have to enter. One of us has to enter a unit.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Combat doesn't. A battle round doesn't begin until 2 rival armies are in the same.
All right. I'm assuming. I don't want to be just a party against them, so I want to move on there over to us, so we're together, because we're the only ones who can be on a same site.
That's right. I do want to note, by the way, that if you engage an army, it's done in a little bit more of a kind of micro way, so it's not actually you versus 5,000. It's a different kind of context for it. But anyway, regardless, yes. So wait, did you just move on, Dare? Are you staying where you are then?
That was the plan.
Okay,
yes.
that's fine. I just want to make sure.
Yep. I want the new. You know what? Okay, we're gonna modify some things. This year's gonna come up here. This year's gonna move over there.
Okay.
Raylan here.
Mm-hmm. So there is still an ambush site.
There's still an ambush site. We just reposition the troops, and everyone's gonna shift over here. I hope we can take out that unit beforehand.
But are we leaving the other side completely unprotected then? They're
not completely, but it's going to be light. You'll notice I put the undead there. Sorry, Thrain on the far end.
But there's still there's still another big unit coming that way, right? So...
I know, but they're not. But see, the problem is they're staying with the army. They're not moving out ahead. I'm not. We'll see how it's going to go.
And Karnath is the undead group, not Thrain.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But Thrain, we're leaving the humans on the far end. I should have had those switched, but I didn't. So the humans on the far end are definitely going to get the crap beat out of them. I sacrifice the undead all day long, but they're in the middle, and I'm not. I can't afford the time or the action to move them around.
We montage to the Thrain saying goodbye to their families some weeks before.
With heavy heart, I read from the battlefield today, Martha. Yeah. And those who survive will be heroes. Those who don't will be remembered.
Okay, everyone moved where you want them to move?
Yeah, I'm good.
Do I light the beacon fires?
Hold. Hold.
No.
It literally is the scene out of Gladiator.
I feel like this is the prime moment before a potential combat encounter for me to ready the action of drawing my rifle. Since I know that that's going to take very long.
Yeah.
Now.
Actually,
I turn to Tanton and I say, I've been in such a hurry to not use this thing that I haven't named it yet while I'm pulling it out.
Okay.
And then I turn to
that actually couldn't have gone any better. Except when the rest of the line arrives.
Go ahead, Ron.
I turn to Nisiana and say, I've decided to call it EFT.
Electronic Funds Transfer?
It stands for Eberron's Fighting Tongue, and then I peer through the scope of the rifle to see how close, who's the closest enemy approaching us.
I love it.
She says, "I approve," and then she takes a half step closer to you and whispers, "Protect my sister."
You got it, boss.
Then steps back.
And you're doing the thing, Nisiana?
Yeah, I will pop Aura of Life. Suddenly, for those of you who have never heard it or seen it, a 60-foot diameter circle of light bursts out of Nisiana with circling dragons of Eberron, who she is a cleric of. And she also has almost a halo crown that goes with it. And she is very visible upon the battlefield. By the way, she is a 2.5-foot tall halfling from the House of Healing. So, and throughout the entire game, she has been a main target of pretty much fucking everybody, shooting her in the chest with arrows. So, when she does this, she's basically, it's one of those, I am the beacon, I am the target. We are here. We will fight you.
Okay. Now that they have moved on this spot, the first thing we do is resolve the army conflict. So what we've got right here is our first battle check. So one of you is going to have to do a battle check here, which is going to be a D6. Now, because you're in the same hex as this conflict, that means that you add 1 to that check. Because there are more allied armies, clearly, in adjacent hexes than enemy armies, you add 2 to the total. So right now you've got +3. Now, Tanton, you could, if you wish, also add one of your, +1, because you have 2 of those available. You could do that here if you want. You don't have to. But that's up to you if you wish. Because this is an army fighting alongside you, so it's an army technically doing this.
Oh, you said we're at +3?
Right now, +3.
I vote we save those until we really need them. So I vote we don't use it this round.
And this check that mechanically is not the same as an ability check or a saving throw.
Right.
So you can't guidance your way out of these.
Nope.
Cool.
Nope.
All right, any volunteers to roll? Otherwise, I guess I will.
Well, I want opinions from everybody on whether I save this or not.
I'm sorry, I missed. What's the opinion asking?
I have those 2 +1s from Tanton, having spent the last few days kind of doing the whole Paul Atreides Fedaykin thing, like, here's how you fight these guys, and then you guys go and teach the thousands of others, sort of thing. So we have 2 +1s that we can add to rolls. And
I would counsel seeing how bad the first wave is before we see whether or not do the triage. What does it look like coming in, and then
the other mechanical benefit of us already outnumbering this unit is that it has nowhere to go on its next battle round anyway, so we should save those for figuring out how we deal with the other command unit, or if we still want to get that other stave.
Right, Twitter. Thanks.
Is that good? All right, Trent, do you want to roll or do you want me to roll?
I got a feeling my first roll is not going to be too good.
Oh,
Maybe you've been holding it all this time, though.
Maybe. So it's got moss.
Tell you what,
on it.
I'll roll the first one, and then if we want to use your +1 next time, you'll roll it. How about that?
Okay.
D6 +3, correct? Marv?
Yes.
I'm sorry, that is D6 +3, yes.
All right, here we go. Oh, 7.
7. As the army charges, the Ondarian army, which is largely composed of elves, sort of leaps forward to the attack. This is an army largely of magic, as you may know, and so there are sorcerers shooting lightning bolts from the back ranks that are basically elevated, floating above their compatriots in front. And the Warforged that leap forward, which have these powerful shields, some of the lightning bolts, they literally sort of catch on the shield and it kind of disperses some of the lightning. But if any of you have had the opportunity to see what happens if you just keep blasting lightning into something, eventually, like it just, like the shield itself just sort of is riven and then smashes through to the creatures. You yourselves strike back and forth at these beasts, and finally the Lord of Blades himself strides forward across the land, and right, is almost what it feels like. He's not a colossus, but you know what I mean. Hugely impressive figure. And his gleaming blade glints in the lightning as he goes forward. And classic Fellowship of the Ring film, Sauron prologue battle, smashing like people out of the way. But you strike him repeatedly, and I'm going to actually ask Rowan, because I believe you were sighting this thing the whole time down your scope, so to speak. Rowan, I want to know what this looks like when you have a bead on the Lord of Blades' head, if you will.
What do you mean?
In other words, what do you aim at to do grievous damage?
Oh,
General Grievous?
Yeah.
So, I suspect Rowan was not present for any of Tantin's lectures on Warforged physiology. But one of the first things that strikes me personally, having seen several Warforged up to this point, is what's in one's head, and can you get through it through where a human's eyeball would be? So I'm aiming for an eye shot regardless, anticipating that it's either going to be easier or it's going to tell me something about whether you can blind a Warforged.
That's a question.
Did you catch all that?
I mean, yeah, no, I did. So basically, like, whether you can blind a Warforged. Yeah, probably. Are you going? So you're aiming for the eyes, then? I guess is what is sort of the okay. Mm-hmm. So your shot just arcs through the mist. Again, you can barely see anything through the swirling mist, but the Lord of Blades strides through it. The mists swirl around them, but as your shot goes off, Rowan, it glints in the light of the reflected lightning around from the wizards and everyone who's firing at him, and strikes him directly in the head. And the Lord of Blades sort of sort of staggers backward and then topples onto their back. And there is this great roar from the allied army as the Lord of Blades lies still. But as your scope sort of aims down, Rowan, you can see the face of the Lord of Blades melts away, and you're looking at a destroyed, but clearly a regular Warforged. That said, this army is
I
defeated.
shout out into the crowd, "It wasn't him!"
Which is a perfect place for us to take our break. You are watching the tactical battle, the strategic battle.
Now it's
tactical, the tactical battle from Infinity and Beyond, Eberron, Oracle of War. This is Scales of War, part 2 of Scales of War. It is 10:03. We will be back here at about, let's say, 7 minutes, so 10:10. Then we'll play for just about another hour. 10:10 wins news. But we'll be back here in just about an hour, at which point you'll have a chance to see what happens when they find out there was a fake Lord of Blades and what happens with the rest of the armies.
I called it.
But we will see what happens when we are joined in 7 minutes by Trent Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, Jennifer Brozek, and Brandon O'Brien. Please, everyone, don't go anywhere, and we will be back to you folks in just a moment. Until then, hang tight. Alrighty. We are back, and we are ready to go, and we just defeated the Lord of Blades. Oh, wait, no.
Yeah, you heard him.
Exactly.
You heard it.
Didn't actually happen.
The GM still
Retreat
said
in
the
disarray.
As it happened, this is what actually occurred. So we are here. One army has been defeated, but of course there are many more to go. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that was the end of the enemy army's move, and that was the only conflict that we were technically resolving. So all the other ones are reflected as they are, which means we go back to the top of the round now with the adventuring party first. So, adventuring party, what do you folks want to do? There are still, by my count, 12 armies total on the field. I mean, enemy ones. Excuse me. There's a lot more armies than that. But
And
enemy
we
ones.
placed the one staff so it can be aimed and stuff.
Yes. Yeah, and will be if and when people sort of move into those areas. That's doing its thing. But in the meantime, you have you have other armies there that throughout the battlefield. So
I'm thinking we just move the entire lineup to engage. We, along with the on-dares, will take this fortified position and they will fire. And we're just gonna have to go for it and see what happens.
Okay. All right, so Noosir goes there. You go there.
Elven party to me. Remember?
Yeah, hold up a
remember
second. No, just hold on a second. Let's make sure that we have the adventuring party moving first. Are you staying where you are?
No, we're moving into the star.
No, right, I know, but you're moving the star. You could move another space.
Sorry. Yeah, no, you're right. We are moving there.
Okay, so you're just moving there. Okay, great. And then you're not moving any further. Lovely. Now you can move the other armies where you want them to move, and you can have one army in that hex with you if you wish. One of your armies.
Yeah, well, the Honduras have done pretty well so far. So guess what? They're going to stay there.
Would it be worthwhile for us to consider moving towards the other defensive position of the star? I mean, what
I
are
actually
we
think we should, if nothing else, to place the second staff.
Yeah, because even if the armies reach near there, we might.
So here's the problem. It only has a range of 500 feet. They have to actually enter the star for it to do anything. By the time we get there, the army will have overrun the position. It's pointless. We're wasting our time to do that. We have to fight. I'm assuming if they reach, I don't know if they're out to destroy our army. We have to lend our +1 to the armies to try to defeat these units so we can start taking them out. By the time that happens, someone's got to actually be in there. The command unit's going to be past it. They're going to just run right over it. And by the time we get there, it'll be useless to us. So it would be nice if we could have gotten to the army, to the field earlier to plant these, but it didn't happen. Like that front position, useless. It can't hit anything now. So so that other position, again, though, the Oracle of War has some explaining to do on this one because...
Well, in fairness to the Oracle of War, it's going to be... just one thing. To be clear about the Oracle of War's suggestions, these things will have value regardless. Like, you're going to be able to fire at the back of some of these armies. You'll have these other things set up. Like,
I don't see how that's possible, Arv. It has a range of 500 feet and it's a mile-long square.
Sure, but if
all those are passed already, it's outraged. Unless you're telling me something I don't understand.
The army, the way that the structures are, being able to fortify those positions means that they're going to basically make it very difficult for armies that are going past there to create these problems, because you can to cause problems for them. Like in essentially what it does is it means those hexes become very difficult for an army to enter. Yes, it's only 500 feet, but these things are fortified in such a way that they can basically be positioned to attack a lot of the hexes the armies go by. So it's not so much that it's doing anything necessarily for you, like, on the ground individually as a party, but overall it's something which will have value to the overall effort of driving the Lord of Blades armies back as a whole. So that's all. But it doesn't mean you have to go do all those things necessarily. You can continue to proceed as you are. Obviously, wiping out the enemy's armies on this field would be pretty awesome too. But I'm just letting you know there are reasons for doing it other than just
All right.
So I need something clarified.
My only other. Oh yeah, sorry. Oh yeah, I was just gonna say the other reason why I think that it would be valuable to send one Karnath army and one Thrain army east is because either one of those hexes will cover where that other command unit is about to enter anyway. So we might as well at least resolve the problem of that other command unit.
Try to.
Even if it...
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm comfortable doing that. Well, I already moved the adventure party, so we've already taken our movement action right here.
Well, I feel like we didn't necessarily all agree on the movement, though, for the adventure party.
I would allow you to remove it if you wanted to.
Because I feel like right now we're letting the East End be very vulnerable. And I mean, just like I know we're looking at the map, but also from a Dungeons and Dragons we're playing and we decided to play the defensive position, then it might be worthwhile for us to try to at least accomplish a second part of the staff pudding. Like, I don't think that this would have been laid out as our mission or that we would have accepted it just to have it be completely useless, personally. But I'm willing to go with the group on this.
Right. Well, I mean, here's the thing. If we move over... we were here. Let's if we reset here. And the army's going to move anyway.
I'm not sure it'll be worthwhile, but I'm not sure it would be worthwhile to try.
What we could do is log on to this army and enter that sphere and give them a bonus as we start leapfrogging over, which I'm not against. We still leave Ondair in the reinforced position, which hopefully will help them. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to bring up these two, the Thrain and Ondair, to back up that. So we could go over there and, that's a possibility. All right. I'll throw it open. I'll throw it open to the party. What do we want to do?
I want to hear what Trent had to say.
The thing that I want clarified is part of what John was talking about. So these staves have a range of 500 feet.
Yes, but
Correct.
they can.
So,
yes.
So they can't hit anything in an adjacent tile.
That's correct.
That's
not in an
5,
adjacent
000.
hex. No, that's right. That's right. But the reason they're not an adjacent hex, however, the reason the Oracle of War seems to have picked these positions is because they are the positions themselves that are the most, how do I put this, attractive to our enemy armies to go into. Like, you may notice that I've been moving the enemy armies over and through some of those spots, and that's on purpose because they, from their point of view, are like, this is like a tactically advantageous thing to go in here, and they're not expecting to be like, whoops, there's a massive staff that's blowing away half my army when I get in there. So I guess basically that's what it is. These are hexes which the Oracle has determined are more likely, more attractive targets for the enemies. Thus, if you put staves there, it makes it more likely that as they go into those hexes, they'll be able to get attacked by the staves. That's the theory.
That's why my confusion is that within one round, that farthest hex became completely irrelevant.
Because these aren't all the armies.
Oh. That's a good point.
Wave 2, and I'm not. And by the way, before anyone panics, I'm not saying you're going to have to play an actual Wave 2. I'm just saying that within the context of the game, there are more armies in this.
Okay. But also you said the green ones were the green areas were basically higher ground. So
somewhat, yes. Although again, depending on the particular hex, there are some differences here and there. But yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, does that make sense, Trent? Like, so that there are other armies there, like that's, but they're not on the map yet because.
Okay. Yep, that helps.
There's just too many of them.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
so, Marie, where do you want to do? Go for the other star?
I mean, I personally recommend we do. I mean, that's the whole. We took on this mission to try to set it up. But I love your idea of leapfrogging and then supporting units as we go, so that we're lending them the bonuses. So.
Right.
Yeah. I like that idea a lot.
Yeah, because if we use the armies while also heading towards the different perspective or objective, we can bolster defenses, and then once we get to the second one, we can see what to do about the third one.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
Okay, so then we should continue east, leapfrogging and supporting the armies.
Yeah, I like that idea a lot.
Yep.
Okay, we're all okay. All right, that's all right. What I want to do, let's rewind this a little bit. All the front line is going to stay put, basically, Arv.
Okay.
So let's do the adventure party's modified movement. So we're moving over here now, and I don't know if there's an effect.
Let me double check that. No.
Yep. Okay, and then we are going to brace these guys up there, and then Ondair and Thrain are going to move.
When you go into that when you go into that hex with the other army, and I know the other army followed you.
Yep.
That particular hex, the Mournland's mists are exceptionally thick here. I need all of you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh.
I think I've got a hardy Constitution.
Oh boy.
Is this a poison or any kind of effect like that?
No, not a poison.
Okay.
Yay, go Nisiana
Okay.
and Mermaid.
Nisiana didn't.
Oh, wow.
I was
Wow.
debating whether I wanted to,
Oh.
but now I definitely do want
Oh,
to
wow.
Tides of Chaos.
Okay,
Jeez, Tanton.
So I'm making this an advantage.
got it.
Doing good. Good
Uh,
plan. Good plan.
I'm gonna spend a spirit die on my saving throw.
Sounds good. Okay,
I don't think I can.
Rowan,
do
you will
it.
owe me a wild magic surge in a minute. But not immediately.
Yeah.
And blow up the army.
See-
Okay, you're right. We should have kept going forward.
There we go.
Wow.
nice.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So
Shrug it off.
Tanton, Alarian, and Rowan, you are all fine. However, Merime and Nisiana, this mist is so thick that it pulls you down. And Nisiana, you almost wonder if you see your dragon marks sort of fading a bit, even in the effect of this mist. Each of you gain a level of exhaustion.
Oh, wow. This is tiring stuff, though.
Yes, indeed. Now, one level of exhaustion in 5e, as a reminder to everyone who may not recall, is you have disadvantage on ability checks. All ability checks.
Okay.
That is gonna suck.
Fun.
Okay, what else can I do? What else can I do?
All right, I'm just fixing that. Okay. Rowan, I need a whatchamacallit, a
Wild
magic
surge.
surge.
In the gray.
No
You can do
wild
it.
surge. I was going to say, yeah, no
Do
kidding, right? Okay. Outstanding. All right. Other than that, nothing else happens in that hex. You'll be happy to know. I'm sure you're excited. Okay. So you did that. You moved the... Okay, now it's the enemy's turns. All right. Get ready for a bunch of... With the battle is about to be joined, people.
Yeah, here we go.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Now, we're going to have to go through this one by one as we do this. So let's start with this over here. New Seer against this enemy army. So this is going to be a battle check. In this case, there are the same amount of allied armies as adjacent armies, so there's no check there. So this is basically right now just a flat roll with this New Seer army and this one army down here. So you're just rolling a d6. Oh, by the way, this is one, Tanton. You didn't use your +1 before, and you have 2 of those left to go. So you could do this. Do that for this army over here. Otherwise, it's pretty much a flat roll.
I'm open to doing it if you want. That's...
All I can say about this is Rowan doesn't want that specific platoon from New Seer to die.
Yeah.
But strategically, Brandon thinks that this is...
Although, now that I think about it, we've got other places where they're going to be at a negative. So maybe we should just do the straight up roll and save those +1s to try to offset the negative rolls.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hold.
So
Okay.
Yeah.
so hold. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So who's rolling the d6?
I rolled last time.
I'll go ahead and roll it because I can't figure out if there's anything I can do against exhaustion.
Okay.
So, a D6.
I'll cheer on. Yay.
Big bucks or
1d6?
whammies? 1d6. Just a flat d6 roll.
1d6.
That's it.
Oh.
Oh boy.
I mean, that's kind of apt for the New Seer
Yep.
people.
You look over, there's a moment where you hear screaming coming from behind you, Rowan. This army is absolutely wiped out. From
Don't
the
they have an
battle.
innate +3 because we're in the thing? Or a +2?
You were not in that one. You're not in
No,
that.
that
Oh,
was the
sorry.
first
Oh,
one.
Wrong
oh,
one,
way over there
wrong one.
again. Yeah, they
Yeah.
get the
Wrong
+1.
one. All right.
So.
Now, this army is battling here. Now, this one, I have some good news for you about this one. the Ondair army is going to get +1 because it's fighting in a place that is fortified and that you've set up with the staff. So that means that there's going to be +1 to this check.
Right.
So you're going to be doing another D6. And it looks like, let's see, 1 army, 2 armies, but they're adjacent, so that all equals out. Okay, so it would be a flat roll, but you have a +1 because of the staff. So this roll here, whoever's going to roll the D6 can add 1 to it.
I think I've already been tribute. Somebody else can do it.
I volunteer as tribute.
Okay, so D6 plus 1.
So
There we go.
Wow.
7.
An inspirational victory. Now, what that
Elves
means
are pissed.
is not only is this enemy army defeated, but also the next battle check made by an allied army has a +1 bonus because of that. So,
Sweet.
speaking of the
Wow.
next battle, that would be this one over here. Now, this one right now, technically, let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3, and this has got 1, 2. Okay, so there's 1 adjacent, 2 adjacent, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4. So, all right, so then it's a check of +1, an additional +1 because of what I just said, and an additional +2 because there are more allied armies than enemies or armies that are next to them. So that means +4, I think, for this roll, if I'm getting that correct, to resolve
1
this
plus
battle.
1
is
plus
+4.
2, yeah.
So 1 plus 4. Oh, sorry,
But
D6
1
plus
plus
D6
4.
plus 4.
That's what I meant to say, sorry. D6 plus 4. Sorry,
Marie
a lot
or
of pluses.
Brandon, as either one of you hasn't rolled yet.
I'll do it because Brandon is chewing.
Okay, D6 plus
1
4.
plus 2 plus 2 plus 1. Or is it 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1?
Well, the plus 4 makes it a 5. That's fine.
Thank
Okay.
You know
goodness.
what? That makes sense. The two of us are both exhausted.
That's
and
right.
I
We
can't-
are exhausted. Don't let us roll.
The allied army, though, it does defeat the army. It's not an inspirational victory or anything, but they do manage to pull it out. So, let me see. So let me go. There's the okay. Right, great. Okay, good stuff. All right, next one up is this one, which is battling with you in there against it. So we have a normal check. There are, let's see, 1, 2, 3 enemy armies adjacent, and there are 1, 2, 3 allied armies adjacent. So that means that's flat. So that cancels each other out. But you, because you're in this check with them, have +1. So that means there's not a +1. You've used up the 1 extra +1 from the inspirational victory before, though. So it's just a D6 plus 1 for the adventuring party being in the same hex as them. So D6 plus 1 is this next one, and that's for this one here.
We've got another army in the hex next to us.
Right, I counted that. There
It's
are
3 and
sorry.
3.
I counted that. Yeah.
Okay.
Although,
3 and 3.
yeah, it evens out, exactly.
Okay.
D6 plus 1.
So Brandon, are you going to see if they live?
I have done the thing. It's a 3.
Oh,
The
you
battle
have.
is
Sorry,
hard
you're awesome.
fought, but is not over yet. So it means the armies must fight again next turn. The battle continues. All right, moving right along. We have this one. This one we have got. Let's see, 1 allied army, and then we've got. It's going to be -2 to the roll because there are more enemy armies here. So we are looking at D6 -2.
Oof. Oh, I'm not rolling that.
Oh, wait. Oh, because there's plus 3.
I'll
there's
do
only
that
2
one
around. I
again,
see.
then.
Well, gotta do it. I guess I'll do it. D6 minus 2?
D6 -2.
Got this.
Oh. Where's the minus on here? Can't do a minus on here? I want to do a plus. All right, that's fine. We'll just take whatever the number is in -2. Here we go.
Oh.
0.
0. Unfortunately, that means that this army from Karnath is destroyed.
But I mean, they're undead.
Right?
Yeah, but they were still
They
bodies.
become living.
Yeah.
They become living.
And unwilling to fight, so they
That's
run.
not great. Okay.
I don't know what's a victory anymore.
And the 3 people are probably going to get their asses kicked too. They are heavily outnumbered.
Okay, yes. That next one that I was going to mention was, let's see. All right, let's see.
They're
This
screwed.
one is, yeah, that's, so there's 1, 2, yeah, so that's a -2, basically. It's another D6 -2.
I ain't rolling this one.
I'll take it.
Again, don't forget you have your plus +2, Tanton, as well. I
Right.
wanna, you know.
Yeah, but I don't make it in a -1. I just don't see the point.
Okay.
They're about to be overrun.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Okay, battle is not over yet. The armies must fight again next turn.
Oh my god.
Okay. So, let's see. Because there are you and the other army over here, it means that the party does not engage in combat itself. That only happens if you're by yourself in the hex. So, but it also means you cannot leave the hex until this combat is resolved. So as we go up to the top of the round, or the next round, it means we are now looking at, you can't move, so you have to stay where you are. Now you have to move the allied armies, and then the enemy armies come next. That was a painful round for both sides, but maybe a little more for the allies.
In the meantime, it looks like Greater Restoration can remove exhaustion.
That is correct. Greater Restoration would be able to do that.
Can I put that on Merime?
You
Will
can,
any
yes.
of that actually help any of this?
You can do that, yes.
Okay, so
Yep.
I'm going to do that. I'm going to do a Greater Restoration on Merime.
Thank you.
And relieve her exhaustion, I guess,
Okay.
this round.
Yep, that sounds good.
That makes...
All right, you're still exhausted, but Nisiana, but otherwise that's fine. Okay,
Yeah,
so now allied armies move.
Yep. All right. Only one army can enter a hex at a time, right? I mean, one enemy. You can't stack them like in those-
Correct.
like these. Okay.
I'm going to put this one here, this one here. No,
Yeah. Right.
damn it.
And we can't leave until the army
Plus
is done.
-30 to the roll.
I want to pull the Brayland one back to here and try to lure this one in. And then move the Noosir from the ambush side up to try to take that one out completely and leave these guys at the fortified until they have to move. So that's my thought on moving. The rest of them would pretty much stay where they are.
Okay, so who did you move then?
Well, I'm getting buy-in from the rest of the party.
Okay.
My point is, I want to move Brayland here, and that's pretty much it. Oh, and Noosir here. So they take out this guy that's cut off. This guy hopefully will rush into here and be surrounded by these three. And whoever he tries to attack or whatever, and then we hopefully can kill this next time.
Okay, that's where we are. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, damn. Damn. Okay.
Okay. Let me know when you're done with those.
Yeah, I'm waiting to. Is that? I don't see any other real moving train over here, for example, is just going to get them rolled up on by these guys, and we got to try to attrit at least some of this and try to beat them with the advantages. Otherwise, we're just going to get picked off unit by unit. So they stay there, and we have this wall here to try and stop them and get bonuses, more bonuses here, hopefully.
Yeah. So
Okay.
shoring up the middle line sounds
At the very
valuable.
least, should be able to take these guys out. And that's one more on our side. All right, that's what's happening. So they're leaving the ambush site to come up here. Brayland's moving back here. Everyone else stays put.
All right. Let's see. They are going to come here.
Okay. Good.
This army that was fighting is going to continue to do that, so they're just going to move down here.
Mm-hmm.
They are going to come down here. This
That's
army is
afraid
going
of.
to come here. This army is going to come here. These two armies are still fighting each other. Just double check and make sure. Okay, they're... Oh, did this army over here? Did I resolve that?
we didn't. We
my
did
bad.
not
I didn't
roll
do
for
that. All right, sorry. Let's do that. Now that staff is not set up yet, so you don't get the bonus for that. So that is just going to be a D6 roll. This is a special, like a powerful unit,
Of course.
which means you get a -1 to that roll. So it's D6 -1. Sorry, I didn't see that.
Y'all
one.
want me to roll that one?
No, not really.
I can do that if you like.
I'm no longer exhausted as well, so I can help.
Brandon or Marie, whoever wants to do it, go for it.
I'll take it.
Okay, Brandon's up.
Do my plus ones only
1d6
apply
minus
to?
one?
Hold on. Wait, Brandon, hold on.
Do my plus ones only apply to things that I'm next to or in?
No. Any of the armies you can use them on.
So we can apply one of them to that.
You could.
Should we level it up? Just a D6 straight roll?
Yeah.
Okay, let's
Cool.
D6 then it's D6.
So we're now left with 1.
Straight D6.
Yep. You can do it.
You got this.
3.
It's
So
a
we're
3.
stuck there.
All right, so a 3. Yeah, hard fought, but it's
Hard
not over
fought.
yet. So it means it's continuing. The battle continues over there. Okay.
Okay.
So now that I know that, I'll probably actually just leave them right there where they are. So, okay. Let us resolve this one by one. Okay, so for this one, right over here, this staff is set up, which means that it's going to be a +1 to the roll. There are 2 allied troops and only 1 enemy troop. So that's going to be another +4, or +2 rather, I'm sorry, +4 total. So you're looking at D6.
+3.
+3, I beg your pardon. 1 for the staff, 2
We'll
for the
take the
armies.
+4,
No,
that's
you're
fine.
right. So D6 +3 is what we're looking at for that.
All right. Volunteers?
I can do it.
Okay, Marie's going to do it. D6
Yes, you
+3.
can.
You can do it.
Yes, I can.
Yes.
1d6.
There you go. That's a 9.
Wow, there you
Just
go.
because you believed in me, thank you.
Right.
With a 9, they obliterate all. No, I'm just kidding.
Kablam.
Yeah, no, don't obliterate all, but do have an incredible victory as they strike back using that staff, and also give a +1 to the next army's battle. So
Hey, that's us.
That's which is going to be over here. All right. So yes. So we have again. Let's see. There are 1, 2, 3 allied forces there. There are only 3 enemy forces there. There are, however, only 2 allied forces that are adjacent. So that means you being there gives them +1 to their roll. But because of the extra enemy armies more than allied armies adjacent, it's -2. So that means a total of -1 right now. Now, you still do have your remaining +1 if you want to make that a flat roll.
That's a trend question.
Yeah.
No, it's an everybody question.
I vote yes. If we can lock these guys up and just keep them stuck here, then the other ones can't really get over there. At least it makes it even, because we need to get a 3 or better. And that makes it, if we roll a 3 or less, it's worse.
I can roll again. You want me to do it?
Now, 1 in 36 to re-roll another one. Well, Trent, do you want to use the +1 or not?
I still haven't heard from the other 2.
I'm in favor of the thing, if that's what we were waiting on.
That's what I was waiting to
Yeah,
hear.
I am too. I think if we can get moving, that would be good. Thank you,
All right.
Tren, though.
Yep.
Yeah, fighting over this middle quadrant is actually more valuable than picking over that other fortified area, although we should get that at some point.
Yeah.
Especially for the next wave.
But thinning the herd is more important, so yeah.
So the answer is yes, you're going to use that last
Yes,
one?
we're going to use
Correct.
that
So
+1.
flat roll then.
Alrighty.
All right, Chen, you can do it.
You got it.
I agree.
There we go.
Hey!
Well done.
Hey!
All right.
Not a flawless
Okay.
victory, but it is a win. So this army
Yes.
is defeated. Okay, making a note.
Okay, we can move again, so that's
Yeah,
good.
that's important.
Yes, that's true. Okay, now we're doing this one down here. Right now
cool.
there is, let's see, there is 1 enemy army adjacent. There are 2 allied army adjacents. So that means you're looking at a +2 to that roll. To the
I'll
roll to
tackle that
resolve
one.
this.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. And yes, I did try to stack it in my favor. Okay, D6 +2. Come on.
Nice.
7. All right. Not only do you defeat them, you give them a +1 to their next to the next army's check. So good stuff there. Okay, 2 more battles to resolve. This first of all, we have this one over here. Now this is definitively more enemies. This is a D6 -2 right now for this one.
Yikes.
Oh, sorry, but you have the +1 because of what I just said.
Oh,
so -1
D6 -1.
total.
Yes,
So
exactly.
D6 -1.
I think Trent needs to roll this one.
You've been doing good, Tren.
He has been doing good.
Well,
That's actually,
I was,
and you still will be.
Jamais du ça, toi.
Okay, maybe not.
Okay, the Allied army is
That's
unfortunately defeated.
Oh,
It
this
was
is
a-
not good.
It was
They
Karnak
have it
though, so
open.
you know.
All right,
Yeah.
now we have this one over here that is going to be a normal D6, but because of this army is a powerful unit, that's +1 for that attack, and you have more enemy armies, so basically it's -3, -1 for this guy, -2 because of the extra enemy armies. So -3, D6 -3 over here.
I feel it. I can do it.
Roll a 6. Come on, Marie, you can do it. 'Cause that's what we need. No.
-4. Everyone is wiped out. No, just kidding. But they
Sorry.
are defeated. Okay.
I didn't want them to die.
That's what I
That
thought
was not great.
happened.
That was
All
not
right.
great.
I just want to make sure what happened to the +1 that we got from the combat just before this.
I
one?
counted
The battle.
that.
It was a 2.
It was the previous one. That was
Yeah.
that was the 2 minus the 1, so
It's one was the destruction. We couldn't come out of it. So.
yeah.
Ah.
So it was only a -1. So okay. Again, but there are still, as I look at things here, it's now about even up. You have about 7, well, not quite 7 enemy armies, I think, on the board, and 6 of allied armies, and then you folks. So it's like 7 to 7. You know?
Yeah. All right, so we're still going to keep moving east. I think that is the plan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
Next
need to...
battle round, your movement happens next. Now, if you move into this place with the enemy army, you're going to be battling that enemy army. You can move around them though. Like you could go up here if you wanted, or you could go
Okay,
down
that doesn't
here
take- that
and
doesn't-
then over here too if you wanted.
Yeah.
Could also do
Counterpoint,
that.
If we take an enemy army position, no one else can. Then we would have to worry about getting in that combat. So at least picking off these two puts us in a position to consistently have allies to our west that we could just kind of slowly
Roll up
snowball
on?
through here. Yeah.
So wait, but Brendan, are you intimating that we should attack these guys? Which I'm not against.
Just these two. And have most of these other positions either stay here or slowly slowly start approaching southeast, so when these people start approaching we will have the lead on them. Why don't they enter our spaces rather than entering
So is your
engaging
thought
in combat?
to take out all the support for the star?
Yeah, pretty much.
But we know we have a second wave coming.
Well, technically we don't know that. Arv said that, but I think it was on a game.
Oh, okay.
Well, also, I'm not saying it's a wave that you may not have to deal with this wave. I'm just saying there's more than one set of armies.
I mean,
Although, okay, wait, we're actually in a better position than I thought. Yes, the Thrain and Karnath sacrifice was noble, but most of their army is now at least 2 turns away from us. So
Yeah.
we should regroup. I think
Yeah,
I want to rotate all around this guy and totally wipe him out and make them come to us.
You'll have to mark this guy.
Oh,
here.
this dude right here, this one. So like I'm not doing this yet, Arv. I just want to show them what I want to do.
Okay.
Basically, everyone rotates
Yeah.
around up here. New Seer takes a fortified position. They stay. We move here, and basically they beat themselves to death trying to get to us. And we
I will
take this.
disagree
We should be able to
with
take this
our-
guy out because he's basically surrounded, and then they have to funnel into this, and we start to envelop them and take them out. Where they're each one comes in, they're taking out at least 2 or 3 at a time.
I would like to disagree with quote unquote our move
Okay.
because we've got 3. Oh wait, why am I not showing cancel? Can I? We've got 1, 2, 3 already on this guy.
Mm-hmm.
We should move to here so that we have 3 on this guy.
Except then we'd be at risk getting it. Well, yeah, that's true. Except someone
Yeah,
has
this
to enter,
person still has to. Yeah.
someone has to enter that party to engage them is the problem.
Or then we do it. The thing is, we allow our army to do what they're doing on their side, and we keep moving towards the head and towards our secondary goal.
Right.
We have a secondary objective.
So Arv, if we attack these guys, it's a D6 straight up, except they get to move and take points away from us. Correct?
Yeah. If that actually happens, if you're against them, the combat is run a little bit differently. If it's just you on your own, if the allied army moves in, then it's a battle check. So.
But they're definitely going to move up to flank this side, so it's going to be.
So can we do this and this?
If you because remember, it doesn't resolve until after both armies are there. So if you move in first and then you move your allied army in first, then the combat gets resolved as a battle check after the movement is done. So yes, you could do that if you wanted.
Oh, hold on. All right, let me move back to where everyone is first. It's right here, and I thought Monsieur was over here. I think there.
Yeah.
Right.
This is how it is, and actually, I believe, are down here. If I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
Wait,
okay.
were we there?
No, you were up. No, you were up one.
We're up there.
Yeah.
All right, this is how it is now. So we move first, and then the part of the army moves afterward.
Yes.
The problem is, I want to try to maximize our forces against individuals. This guy's going to move up for sure, so he's going to reinforce this one. And we've got Thrain here, so I guess we could move that over, but then he's going to move over as well, is the problem. I want to try to draw these in one at a time, so they don't get their reinforcements, is the thing.
Well, what if we, I mean, I like combine the ideas a bit. What if we move the adventure party, us, and Brayland here, and then we move the next Brayland here so that we still get the bonus points, and then we move, because they each get one movement, right? That one up.
Right.
That
right.
one up. And then you see how, like, we've got 2 reinforcements to this, and then we've got...
And hopefully we can take these guys out right away.
Yeah, we've got a lot of pluses, so we can hope. I mean, that's just an idea, kind of combining the ideas. And then if we take out 2 beforehand, and then we'll be in a better position to take out more of the waves. At least if we have 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Because wherever this guy moves, we are either plus 2,
Yeah.
plus 3.
Or we can even just go straight to attack, because we
No, leave them there.
No, we could leave. We could wait for this guy.
Yeah,
Okay,
wait for him to make the
move. Perfect.
Yeah, don't move on theirs. They get a +1. They need to stay fortified.
That's true.
And then everybody has to come west to come find us.
Right. Okay,
Right.
I'm fine with that.
That works?
Yeah.
One
that
remaining note
works.
just to remember is that when you move into hexes, sometimes the hexes look different or whatever. So just be aware,
Right.
like different events can happen too when you move yourself. I'm just letting you know.
Yep. Okay, but everyone's in agreement before we.
Yes.
Okay, so
Good?
where are you moving?
We're right here now, stacked up with the Brayland army against these guys.
Okay, so you
Right
move
there.
directly to the right then.
Yep, correct.
So when you move, you notice something odd about this, which is that the armies, of course, are prepared and are ready. However, as you move in, you hear this sort of almost whooshing sound, might be the way to describe it. And as you look around, you can see there are... For a minute, you're sort of like shocked because the armies that are fighting or getting ready to fight each other, there are next to you other clashes of weapons happening. And you kind of look around and you know why. And then you see there are several ghostly figures. And as you look around, you see there are many of them.
And they're done that.
Battling and attacking each other as they actually are engaged with this. So what I need, please, is for all of the 5 of you to make a couple of rolls, please. We're going to use something called the Battlefield Events Table for this. Stanton, let's start with you. I'd like you to roll a D100 for me, please.
Hold on. I have a question, and this is actually a serious question, Arv.
Okay.
Because several members of this party have experienced ghostly battles before, do we get any kind of bonus to this?
Not
we're
here.
really okay.
Not
All right.
here.
I just thought I'd ask.
Nope. It's a good thing to think about, but no.
Okay.
21.
Okay.
Throw feathers.
As you come in, Tanton, to this, something basically, you are struck on the back of the head, and you see that the ghostly figures, as you sort of turn around half confused, you can see that it is a ghostly shield, which apparently is all too real here in the gray. Even though these ghostly figures are clearly attacking each other, nonetheless, it has apparently the power to attack people in this situation here too. You are going to take 20 bludgeoning damage here. And for your if you have to make a ability check of some kind on your next turn, so the turn after this, you will do it at disadvantage because of some confusion. May not even come to pass because you may not end up taking an ability check, but you may be affected by that if you have to take an ability check.
So that's 10 temporary hit points down, so that brings me to 134.
That would be correct, yes, because you took the heroism potion?
Yeah.
Okay. Then yes, 134. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And
wait, will that heroism potion deal with my exhaustion?
No.
Well, sort of. Because of the effect of bless, she will have advantage on the saving, so it'll be a straight roll for her.
Right. That's right. Okay, so that was the deal with that. All right, Marimay, I would like your check, please. Just a D100.
Perfect. 42.
90.
That's like my
42.
glitter pen.
I was going to say, that's how many dough pens you got.
42.
I'm actually keeping my roll because I want to see what happens at 97. It was an accident, but I'm going to keep it because why not?
I'm glittery, aren't I?
Marimay, as you sort of see Tantan like hit by this thing, and you sort of take a step back, going, "Oh, wait a minute!" Something crashes into you from the side, and you can see as you are knocked to the ground that you have been pinned underneath what looks like some kind of a piece of stone, and you think the stone was moved by two of those ghostly warriors that basically were battling to each other. What this means is that the party is not going to be able to leave this square or this hex until they make a check to try to remove Marimay. If you can't get Marimay out of this hex, then the party is not going to be able to move from this spot, even if the enemy army is defeated. So
Can I dimension Dorada here?
Not in the gray. You can't. Remember, we talked about the mist thing with this stuff.
That's true.
So
Stupid mist
yeah.
thing.
Actually, now that I think about it, I guess you could dimension door out of it. Now that I think of it, because it is in line of sight.
You just don't know where
so you could
go.
Dimension door out of it, sure.
Right. Your innards go over there, and your externards go over
Yeah,
there.
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
You can dimension door right next to me.
Yeah, I'll dimension door right next to Nisiana.
Yeah.
And look a
You're
bit
just not sure how many parts of you will arrive.
I feel like most of them would.
Well, your top half does, but your bottom half stays under the rock.
Oh, don't do that. Poor Nisiana's already hurt.
I can look, guys. I can probably lift it myself.
I mean, I cannot.
True.
So
Assuming
and magic
whatever
does.
your
We know magic is weird. Yeah, it's true. But we know magic is very weird in the gray. It's up to you, Marie, if you want to do it.
No, it's okay. I'll inspire. I'll just go, Ilarion, I believe in you removing this rock.
Hey, there you go. Exactly.
I believe someone needs to do it.
How's that?
Okay. We'll come back to that. Larian, I need you to make your roll first, though.
97.
97. Ooh.
Is that a good ooh?
Your
Do good
strength
things
is
happen
one.
at this table at all?
You're not just a baby, you're an embryo.
You're possessed by all of these ghosts.
You are simultaneously hit by multiple chunks of wreckage, Ilarion. You are knocked unconscious.
No.
Wow.
Now, you were also technically knocked to 0 hit points. But what I'm going to say is that because of the Aegis and because of your ability, I'm not going to actually enforce the hit point rule, but I am going to enforce the unconscious rule. Now, part of the reason that this is happening is because you're in a ghost hex, which is going to cause just as many problems for everybody else, believe me, as you'll see in a minute.
That's a lot, though.
It sure is. You got hit by a lot, but this is almost, I mean, I'm not intending to make a joke. This is really supernatural. Like, the force is beyond what you would have encountered in normal experience, probably. It's incredible. Nisiana, I need you. So Marimay's pinned. Ilarion is unconscious.
All right.
Nisiana.
Great.
Remember that greater restoration?
Yep. I've still got some.
Ow.
I rolled 15.
You are slammed into by wreckage, which is going to do 18 points of bludgeoning damage to you, Nisiana.
This place sucks.
Yeah, this is not great.
Okay.
Okay, 155.
But it's
I just hope they're
Okay.
beating. I hope they're beating up the Warforged army on
they
your
are
side,
equal
too.
opportunity, destroyers apparently.
137.
So you should be a 137, right? Because 18.
Correct.
Okay, Rowan, I need you to make that roll.
If there is nothing between 22 and like 96 that is beneficial at all, I'm going to be very upset.
Let's find out.
69.
69. Nice.
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 So
Whole other
nice.
trauma.
Rowan, you are
I am immediately killed.
no.
I
No.
can fix that.
You are torn into by shrapnel. Ghost shrapnel, apparently. You take 58 points of slashing damage.
Oh.
58.
Ow.
I did speak it.
That's 40. I
Is that-
a reminder to everyone, half of my HP is 51.
Oh, wow.
So I think you're at 44 out of 102, if I'm not mistaken.
I counted 46. Is my math?
Well,
No,
102,
yeah, that's 44.
right? I think so. And then technically, I should really have Spanner, Tanton, roll for this too, because Spanner is on the battlefield. So I should have you roll for Spanner also, that same D100.
Okay. You know momentum.
Oh no, Spanner's gonna explode.
You know, if
isn't
I
he?
had rolled divine intervention at that point, I would have gotten it again.
That's true.
82.
Oh.
The same
The
thing
dog
which
gets a
pins
choice.
Merime also basically entangles or pins Spanner. So Spanner is basically underneath the same pillar that Merime was hit by. So to be clear, Tanton is slightly confused. Merime and Spanner are both pinned. Alarian is unconscious. Nisiana has been bludgeoned and Rowan has been slashed. Otherwise, everything's going great. You know, what
How
could
do
go
I
wrong?
fix Alarian? Is that a greater restoration or is that a heal spell?
I will explain that. I will explain what there's going to be a cost to doing that, but I'll explain that in a minute. But first of all, I need the allied armies to do their moves, unless you move them already.
They're set.
Okay, so it's just going to be the conflicts. Okay, so let's resolve anything that doesn't involve you folks. Oh wait, you move the ally. I haven't moved mine yet, right? I believe.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, that's
Correct.
what I thought. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to have these folks are going to go here. This is going to go here. This is going to move here. Let's see, that guy is already there. It's going to move this way. And this way. Okay. All right, so let's resolve the one that does not involve you folks first, which is this one over here.
Yep.
So this is at a +2 because there is an allied army nearby more than enemy army near. Oh, no, there's an enemy army here. Never mind, I take that back. It's just a flat roll. So this is just a D6.
Oh, shit, we're even up. Damn it. Should have moved the on there, but I wasn't sure where he was going to go. I guess I'll do it. 5.
Okay,
Well
that they defeat the enemy army. It's not a, like overwhelming win, but who cares? Like
Did it.
you got the
Yep.
win, that's what matters. Okay.
Take it. Exactly. That's exactly what matters.
All right. Now we get to this one. Now, here's where we have this thing. Now, I'm going to give the party, if you will, Brandon will appreciate this, devil's bargain, let us call it that. And essentially, that's going to look something like this. I will allow all of you to make checks to try to get people out of their various things. Like Nisiana, you can try to greater restore, whatever. You can try to heal Alarian. You can try to free Merime from the pin, blah, 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 blah. But if you do all of that, you will not be able to give a battle check plus to the army. So either you let the allied army, I'll let you do the +1, but then you people are all going to be stuck there dealing with whatever you're dealing with, or you can give the +1 to the army in that event, or you cannot do that, and then you can use all your checks to try to get out of this situation that you're in.
+1 to the army.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
This
agree.
fight is more important than us.
We need to because
Yeah.
otherwise it's going to be a straight up roll.
+1 to the army, and if I need to throw something like Beacon of Hope to throw into that, or
You're not going to be able to do that.
Okay.
So but you will be able to do. So you'll get a +2 to this roll. I think no, because there's one to the right. So it's a flat roll right now. Counting you, it's +1.
Right. So we're doing the +1. I think everyone
Okay.
agrees on that, right? Who's
Yes.
rolling?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
agreed.
roll.
Okay.
I don't know if you want me to roll, but I'll roll.
You did well enough
Oh,
last
boy.
time.
Yeah.
Okay.
What are you
then
two
I will
doing?
roll. D6 plus one.
Plus 1.
Oh, Jesus criminy.
The
Two.
Allied
Okay.
army is, unfortunately, that Allied army is defeated.
Oh no.
Okay, I don't think I get to roll anymore.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Okay.
I still believe in you, Jen.
Yes, but my luck doesn't seem to work in this game right now.
It is overwhelming being in a war. Nisiana hasn't been in a full-out war yet.
It's true.
Also, I'm still exhausted.
Okay.
It's true.
So, now that we've done that, now we have essentially a party combat which has to be resolved. This is the first one of those that's going to happen. But something happens first. And the thing that I want to mention is I talked about how all these ghost things, this is all like a messed up hex anyway, right? So it probably feels somewhat the same to you, those of you who are conscious, which is all of you except Alarian, I guess. Some of you are pinned, but otherwise. But the sky darkens suddenly above you, and there is a sound of rending metal shrieking across the battlefield. And as you're sitting there, something dives down and smashes into the army which is approaching you. And the enemy army is sort of like, first of all, the ones that it hits, like hundreds of them are just destroyed. And the Warforged are basically extraordinarily freaked out because what you're looking at is a huge draconic form emerged from the clouds. Its body is formed from plate armor, replete with pistons and gears. And as it hits the ground and whips around its tail, just enemy army, like people, like thrown in all sort of mixes. There's a great shower of dust and gravel. And the enemy army is destroyed.
I can't wait to hear about that later when people wake me up.
Right. However, the beast prostrates itself, and claws tucked under its bulk, and a humanoid figure clambers from its back and raises an arm, apparently to hail you.
I will raise back and hail.
And it comes over, and you can see this is a figure that looks to be. It looks almost like a Warforged, but as it comes closer, you can see it's not a Warforged, or not entirely. It looks half human, but there are portions of its body which have been replaced, it almost seems, like with Warforged parts of some kind. And the one comes up to you and says, "Know that I am no enemy. I am Garvin Ergelios, and I am apprentice to the Grand Artificer Aaron de Caneth. Time is short, and you must believe my words." Now, I love the fact that it says intelligence checks. I don't even need to have Tanton make a check, because Tanton knows who the hell Aaron de Caneth actually is. Aaron de Caneth, of course, is the creator of the first true Warforged. Now, this guy...
Merrick's son.
That's right. 28 years ago, a long time ago, Aaron was basically formally disinherited from House Cannith and disappeared without a trace. And Tanton's working theory has been that Aaron de Caneth might himself, I think you've told the party this, might himself be the Lord of Blades. Garvin pulls out and walks past you, Nisiana, and hands to you, Tanton, a blue rose with metal thorns.
Son of a bitch.
It is the blue rose with metal thorns that was given to you by Finta. And he says to you, Tanton, "When we first met, you gave me this." Quick note, I don't believe Tanton's ever actually met Aaron, but if he has, it has been for a long time. "You said that if I returned it to you now, it would help prove my words. Soon after we met, we lost Aaron, and with him all hope of saving the 5 nations from his wayward children." Now you can see he starts to wince as he's delivering this, and his limbs begin to dissolve into the silvery gray mist that is surrounding you. The dragon behind him shudders as its own metallic limbs start to disintegrate. Garvin speaks through gritted teeth. "They said we can't change time. But perhaps in whatever existence comes next, you can change my past. Defeat the forces here. Go to the crucible of making. Save Aaron. Save your world. With these words echoing around you, Garvin and the dragon break apart and swirl away into the mist.
Did this not happen in our timeline?
Which is a perfect place for us to bring this session to a close.
Oh, you're gonna leave me unconscious for all this?
Oh, wow.
Did we just see? Did Tantan just get visited by the multiverse? That's what's happened.
But they used a dragon, which means that.
Yeah, quick note, by the way, Tantan.
Eberron.
I'm just going to sort of slightly, compress time just for this thing. You don't have another rose. The one that he gave you is the only rose you now have. Somehow your rose was removed and has just been returned to you by this figure. Now, I just want to point out to the party that when we begin next time, you do have 5 armies left to deal with that are enemy armies on the map, and whatever happens afterwards. But you also now have someone who apparently has come to you from some other place in time or some other universe entirely. What's going to happen now?
Yeah, Tantan looks over at Spanners like, see, that's what you could be. Right there.
Spanners
like,
apparently, whenever you give over the rose, you're like, and make your mount a dragon.
Apparently so. Okay, and I just want to make sure I note that that Merime is pinned, Galarian is unconscious,
Nician is exhausted.
Yeah.
You know what?
I
think we've been through so much that we level up.
Yes.
That is not
That's
true.
a brilliant
We are
idea.
all level 30.
Don't forget our Spanner is also pinned.
I just wrote that down. Yes, also
Level
pinned.
12 spells. Here we come.
So this is going to be quite something. Things did go a little bit all timey-wimey. Yes. I was so excited for this
Officially,
reveal.
I don't roll any more d6s.
I'm sorry, Jen, but you're.
I rolled 2 ones. I'm not rolling again.
I mean, honestly, if you look at the tactical situation on the battlefield, you've got 5 armies plus you against 4 armies plus the big army. The stronger army.
That is still too close.
It's still too close. I agree. Especially now that you're like, and just in case you're wondering what the hell just happened, and it's also it was
I'm unconscious.
I was so happy that you got to that hex though, because at some point you were going to have that encounter with all of that in the same space. Like, oh my god, the visual is awesome. I love it. I'm super excited. And there's a lot that you folks are going to have to think about next time in terms of what happens next and how you want to manage it. So I actually am going to do the thing, instead of going back to the cams only, I'm going to stay on the map screen so we can actually look at the tactical situation as you all comment and do your outros.
There is a way we recover from this, but it will take us being very patient for 5 battle turns.
Yeah, it's
but
possible.
I'm sure John already sees it.
I am pretty happy with how the battle turns went fairly quickly. Like you thinned out a lot of stuff based on your own tactical knowledge and your tactical stuff that you did. And strategically, I think you handled well the organization of these troops. But, you were outnumbered. I mean, listen, this is where they separate the King Citadel from the not King Citadel, right? Like, this is what
we're actually doing better than I thought, to be honest. So this isn't bad.
So I will start with Brandon in this case because you're on the far right of my screen because of the map screen that I have up here. Some very good thoughts from Rowan. I am also very curious to see how Rowan is going to handle things based upon what may very well have happened with Karena. That group of New Seer did not make it, right? They got wiped out. And so there's that. There's the fact that you took down what you thought was the Lord of Blades, and then it wasn't actually the Lord of Blades. That sound you hear is my printer going off in case anyone's curious.
Okay.
Yeah. I saw Trent be like, what the hell? It's a metal dragon trend that just appeared and it just showed up.
The Lord of Blades kicks in through the lighthouse window.
The Lord of Blades, screw you. No. So anyways, there's a lot going on. And so now, obviously, as we all knew, this was going to be more battle-focused than RP-focused. But, Rowan, you're going to have some interesting things to think about here since you're like, oh my God, what just happened to everything with here as well. So I'm excited to see that. How'd you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I just want to remind the audience that when we met Karena was not an adult, is all I will
teenager
say.
Yep.
So yeah.
Yep.
That's what our GM likes doing.
Hey,
Hey, she first of all, she's still alive. The other new seer unit was the one that got destroyed. The ambush one.
No, yeah, she was the Frontwood new seer unit. Yeah, she's the one that
She was in the ambush site. So
yeah,
they had moved out,
and they moved out, and you moved somebody else.
Oh
in.
shit, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh well.
She's gone.
Yep.
Well, good. Then he can experience the loss like the other commanders do.
Yay! Nothing.
Wow.
Nothing keeps Rowan motivated than seeing the suffering and torment of young people.
Exactly. Yeah. No kidding.
Welcome to the army.
War never changes.
So grand.
Exactly.
I mean, this is the point in the story where Rowan is getting not accustomed to, but used to the fact that these are the stakes of this conflict. So like, it's not like Rowan is not moving forward. It's that part of winning this war means acknowledging that moments like this are going to happen, and it sucks, and that means we have to earn our keep some other way, which is like most of what's happening right now is Rowan just being very angry. Like, oh, I motivated some people to fight their last days, and now they're gone. So
you may not know that yet either. By the way,
I definitely
Rowan.
need to hit.
Yeah.
I mean, you told me I heard screaming.
I did tell you that.
Together.
Yes, I did tell you that. That's true.
So yeah, so at this point, I want to hit the real Lord of Blades in his eye.
I did. That's fair. I did tell you that.
Yeah. So at this point, I want to hit the real Lord of Blades in his eye. So we'll see how that goes. I will also jokingly mention that when I saw a dragon descend from the heavens in order to save us from what was obviously certain doom, I did briefly, silently to myself, which Lysiana will never know, look up and go, wait, is that Eberron? And then when I saw that it was metal, I changed my mind. But no one will ever know that interaction took place, so yes.
I thought, oh shit, is that Kyber? Was what I thought. And
Yeah.
Things I wouldn't know, but yes. Hi everybody, I'm Brandon O'Brien. I'm a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago. The next time you see me will be... what day is it? Question mark?
Saturday. For us.
It's technically not Saturday anymore. Haha.
Not for you.
But yes, today is presently the 28th, which means that in just over a week, over on my channel, I will be doing a very cool thing, which is on the 4th of January, I will be hosting my yearly NHK Kohaku Utagasen recap stream. So you can hear me and my good friend Iori Kusano and two good friends of the channel, our good friend Soup, who ran a game of Pyre Waltz several ages ago for ARFCon, and our good friend Raskus, otherwise known as Noel, who has on several occasions bullied Greg into playing Destiny on the channel. We will be all gathering together to talk about Japanese pop music, and it will be a lot of fun. Suffice it to say that I already have a lot of feelings about the lineup that will be happening for this year's concert. So that will be me attempting to get back into streaming on a regular basis.
Nice.
So let's see if that holds, because I am very bad at constantly being observed on screen. So we'll see. But I think that that stream will be very much fun. And then at some point in January, we have more Eberron to do.
Yes.
Which is going to be very exciting. 10th. Aha! We did in fact have a date, didn't we? Yes, January 10th. This is the part where idly I also mentioned of all of the other things that will be starting very soon in 2026 on this channel. There's another D&D game that's coming up very, very soon that will be run by our good friend Prince Justin.
That is right, the 13th Icon, which features Darcy Little Badger and Mer Lafferty, and has Kathleen DeVere from Loading Ready Run and Triffity Mats from our very own channel. So I am very excited about that, and I've seen Drew has done the video for this and set up the video and the music. It's going to be awesome, and yes, it launches next month.
I'm very excited for that. Suffice it to say that not only does this cast sound really rad, first time Mer's going to be playing in a long game on this channel.
Yep.
I'm very glad that Kathleen is going to be here, because that's going to be really kick-ass.
Yep.
But yes, more D&D coming to your eyeballs very, very soon in 2026. And I'm just hype about the thing. I'm not even involved. I just think that it's going to be really, really cool. So please keep your eyes out for that as well. But as for me, you can find me almost everywhere on the internet at The Rising Tides. That's TITHES. And also at my website, which is also my newsletter, which is Brandon O'Brien at XYZ. This year, your job is to bully me into writing things. If I'm not writing when you see me online, bully me. That's
right.
all I have to say.
That's right. That's right. And when you see him offline, like when we demos Grey
If you
Shades,
see me in the street, ask me where my laptop is.
Why are you walking? Why are you not writing right now? Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, that's me.
Thank you, Brandon. Happy New Year as well. Very excited for the new year to come also. Great stuff this year. Also, great stuff this whole year from Jen as well. Jen, this was fairly intense, I think it's fair to say. We had multiple situations where you had the Aura of Life, you had to heal people. You've obviously got all of these people around you that you're also trying to take care of. You got hit yourself in the combat, obviously. And there is now the concern about what has just randomly occurred with someone showing up from this multiverse/past timeline. What the hell is all this about? That is also to be resolved and figured out, assuming you can finish off the armies here, which itself is still very much in the balance. So there's a lot that's got to be thought about and dealt with, and keeping everyone alive, which is your bailiwick, right? That's going to be something that will be very much on Nisiana's mind, I imagine. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next in the new year?
The first question I have is, Brandon, where is Tokyo Gangsters playing? You recommended something. Tokyo Gangsters?
Tokyo Godfathers.
Godfathers. Where is it playing?
God, I have no idea where you can get that on. Hold on. This is a question.
You need to send me a message with that. Also, get me your novella.
Yes.
On time.
which I promise I am actually almost done with. Like, I've actually been writing the words. So you will in fact get them on time this time. I promise.
Bully.
I'm willing to do what you asked me to do.
How could you do 20,000 words longer than 1,500, sir? Faster than 1,500.
I saw some of it being written when he was staying with me a few weeks ago. So
was he sweating bullets in fear of me?
He was just like, if I don't get this done, I was like, Brandon, shouldn't you be no food, no sleep, and he's carved, in my kitchen late at night typing away.
Not that mean of an editor. If you say that you're going to get me something on time, I expect you to get it to me on time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, that look, like the look that your mother gives you, where she's obviously not attempting to be cruel or violent to you, but you know that if this look changes, cruelness and violence will take place.
It's cruelty adjacent. Is that?
It will not be cruelness or violence. It will be disappointment.
Even worse.
This is worse.
Even
worse. This is worse. Yeah. Grand. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
So now that I have bullied Brandon per his request, I will spend the next week or so doing nothing and resting. A reminder, if you would like to learn about my new Clever Girls, please come and sign up for my website, for my newsletter at jenniferbrozek.com. It's once a month because my PA makes me do it. So I do it. And I have two things to wish for you. The first, let me find it. The first is to have a very good new year. The second is to, where is it? And I have an image for this. So it'll probably be in my New Year's. May your new year be fertilized by the bones of those who would wish you harm.
Ooh. Okay.
It's a beautiful image, and I will put it on my Blue Sky, and I will put it into my newsletter. But don't let the bastards get you down.
It's pretty metal.
We are the creatives because we can bring the goods. AI sucks. It's nothing but a plagiarism machine. And those of us who tell stories together bring the world together. So I wish you a very good new year. But really, honestly, don't let the bastards get you down.
That's well said. Thank you, Jen. Happy New Year to you. I co-sign all of that. I would invite you to say that those of you who were sitting here, and a lot of you were sitting here for the last few hours, none of what you saw could be replicated by Gen AI ever. It could be replicated by Jen, but not AI. Get it? So it could not be replicated by Gen AI. Humans for human art, please. But thanks, Jen. Moving on to John. John, first of all, I have to say that while you were knocked unconscious, apparently so were your Packers. So it means my Steelers have got to go off tomorrow and have got to freaking beat the Browns. They don't get to have a night. No, it's fine. I just saw the finals.
They're against the worst. Oh,
yeah, and like Malik Willis got hurt also, apparently, it looks like, according to my headline. So it's all great. It's all wonderful. Anyway, very good job on being one of the people who was managing the tactical side, along with Trent was doing that too, and then everyone else was weighing in. I thought, by the way, very good work from the party as a whole and being like, yeah, but remember, we should be doing this. Like, everyone was very good, I think, and invested in these suggestions about how to manage things, which was great. The issue is just that you are facing sort of overwhelming odds. You've done very well against those overwhelming odds. And again, I want to remind everybody that if the party had not done well, you know, in Mass Effect, the video game, how Mass Effect 3 is somewhat impacted by decisions you made in Mass Effect 1. Had they not made some of the saving things that they did 5 campaign sections ago, they would have like basically 3 or 4 fewer armies to play with. And what they're looking at now, instead of being a even 50-50 matchup, would be probably they'd be losing. So this is a lot based upon the role play they did before. So given all of that, you managed it well, I think, John, as Alarian. Now, of course, Alarian is in kind of a tough spot, and Alarian will not have seen, although everyone else did, that situation. So when you come back conscious and everyone's like, so there's a lot to talk about once we defeat these armies, we shall see how that all goes down. But good work on the tactical / strategic side of things. And I guess we're going to see how Alarian reacts to things upon becoming conscious and dealing with the armies as well. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
So just to, because I think we can talk about it now, the enemy force is going to be the same no matter what, right? I mean, they were all going to be on the field.
That is correct.
That is correct. That would have been
same amount.
So bad.
It does not scale. Nope. Yep.
Yes. So
it's like Final Fantasy Tactics. No scaling for you.
I think kudos to our diplomatic and envoy efforts across the continent. Otherwise it would have been much worse. I think the battle might have been over, and not in a good way. So I think we all did very well, and I appreciate getting checks. So like, well, they don't agree to that, and we decided to change the strategy, and I'm fine with that, and that's all good. That's what a party is supposed to do anyways. It's never just one leading. We're in it could be better, but it's a pretty good spot now, except two people are trapped, and our Spanner's trapped, and Mermaid is, and I'm unconscious, which I missed the dragon. Kind of annoying. But it was a great session. This was a very different session, obviously. Very interesting in how these tactics and how things were moving. So it was a different mindset, and I think we've acquitted ourselves well, and I look forward to accomplishing the eventual victory next year. I do want to bring up one point that, as Art, at one point you had mentioned that, we'll finish this off. We'll have the final climactic episode at Worldcon. I just want to laugh.
Once it became clear that wasn't going to happen, I changed my pacing and moved things around a little bit.
Dude, you would have had to cram so much.
I would have had to cut some sections out entirely. So in a way, I'm glad that we ended up. I mean, I wanted to play with all of you, and it would have been just a nice in the middle session. But no, now I feel pretty good about where we're at in terms of the pace.
So awesome. Yeah. And I'd rather have even though it would have been great. Yes, I think I'd rather have this experience and the whole. I mean, the stakes don't get much higher than where we're at right now, but I know they're going to because we have 2 levels to go. So this was great. I also want to sign on. Everything Jen said is absolutely perfect. So I will also add that there's nothing more I can add right now. And see everyone in the new year, and a happy, healthy, and safe new year to everybody.
Amen to that. Thank you, John. Good stuff all this year. Marie, Maramé, obviously before being pinned underneath things, had some good suggestions and thoughts as well in terms of I think was definitely sort of directing everyone back to you and Jen and Nisiana both, but directing people back to, remember, we also do have to try to set up these like positions to defend for reasons. And that ended up happening. I mean, you may have noticed, by the way, that at least 2 or 3 times they went into that star space and then the staff helped against them, which is exactly what the Oracle probably was predicting, so that's why there was this whole business about what to do. And so anyway, Merime was aware of that. I'm very curious to see how Merime is going to handle the whole, as Triff had said in chat, timey-wimey, multiverse, time-based, whatever the hell all that is that just happened, in the midst of this very strange kind of battlefield that you're all fighting on, which is a very, you're familiar with battlefields, Merime is, but this added on to the gray, and then, whatever just happened. There's a lot for people to process, I guess, is what I'm saying. So I am very excited to see how Merime handles that as well in our next session. How did you feel about tonight? Where will the folks find you next?
Tonight was different, that's for sure. It took me I appreciate that John was able to navigate the battlefield right away, and Tran and Brandon and Jen and I kind of chatted a bit, and then we kind of tried to figure out what was happening, and then once it was clear, then we all kind of chatted about stuff, and then we all came up with strategies and stuff. I thought that was neat and different. It was a different dynamic on that level. But we were also leading armies, so one bad roll and suddenly you've killed 5,000 people.
5,000 people, I know, yeah.
There's a lot of hard
War is hell.
War is hell.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was very different, very different. So thank you. That must have been a different thing for you to be able to lead and prepare too as a GM. So thank you for that. Yeah, and next you'll find me here on January 10th. Thank you for a wonderful 2025 to you, Greg, and to everyone here, to chat to all of the players for an amazing year of Eberron. My year wouldn't have been the same without it, so I appreciate you all. I look forward to 2026, and I wish you much inspiration to all of you for the writing, for all of your creativity, and for just life in general and joy. So thank you all.
Same, Marie. Happy New Year as well. Also, personal additional thanks to Marie for the work that we did during all the Seattle Worldcon stuff was great, and thanks to Jen also for kind of connecting us in the first place on that score, at least with Worldcon. But it was really good experience, and so as always, Marie, for the friendship, thank you, and Happy New Year and all that. And last but certainly not least, Tren, again, same to you. Happy New Year. Thanks for everything this year. On this front, in terms of the session today, obviously a lot of stuff going on, not only in terms of what strategically was happening on the battle that you had to contribute to, but I was waiting for that moment because I knew the minute that actually, Aaron to Kenneth, and you're gonna be like, what the Jesus, seriously, and the handing over. I was really excited when there was that particular item that Finta gave and all that stuff. I was like, this is going to be great. I can't wait to bring this back, in the way and sort of literally bring it back in this situation. And it leaves, I imagine, Tanton's going to have all kinds of things to sort of think about in addition to having to deal with the immediate problem, which is eliminating the rest of the armies, the enemy armies, and then figuring out how to handle the rest of this fight before dealing with whatever that was that just happened. So there's a lot of stuff that I think Tanton's going to have to process and think about as things move forward. How did you feel about today? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Well, first off, everything with all these people, yeah, all that shit. So, the finding Finta was alive is one of the very, very, very few things that has given Tanton something that he has not had in 7 years. 6 years roughly, which is a sense of hope. The woman he loves is alive. She may be, a little messed up right now, but at least she's alive, and he is over the moon about that shit. And the only other, there's the overall kind of down push of the fact that he's still convinced and now has much more evidence to the fact that someone that he really looked up to, because Merrick's was not a hero icon for him. He was the house lord, the baron of the house. But Aaron was somebody who was innovating, somebody who was making new things that were wondrous, and that more than anything else, he has always considered Aaron to be somebody that is kind of an icon to try to live up to. And as we've gotten further and further into this campaign, that has tarnished more and more. The more he's starting to understand that, oh my God, what if it is him? I have long thought maybe I can, bring back enough of his humanity to pull him back out of this shit. But, oh God, can I? So it's nice for him to have something that can bring that glimmer of hope, even if it's about something else. At least it's some measure of hope for the future. So yeah, really, really love all this stuff. It's just, I could not ask for a more fantastic group of people to play with, and that guy, and just definitely that guy too. And it's been a crazy year that has gone ups and down into depression. A lot of people, when I tell them that yes, even I get squished under the weight of depression, sometimes it happens, and people are like, that's not possible. I cannot imagine you being depressed. I'm like, motherfucker, it happens.
Yeah.
It happens. It does. Yeah. I just wind up sleeping all the time because I just don't want to be awake. Some of it is fear of failure. Some of it is fear of success. You can have both at the same time. Sure. It's really weird. But yeah, I am extremely grateful for everybody, along this row, and for everybody out there, which for me is way over on the other side of the screen, up and down over there. All you guys who come down here to watch us do this when we can. Yeah, good stuff, and I look forward to more. I'm a little about the stuff we're going to be doing next after we finish this module, because it's been a while since I've looked into that, and I read slower than everyone here. So if I try to go back through the material to try to refresh my brain, it's going to take me a while to do that. So.
Yeah, and of course, Trent is referring to after we finish with this campaign in New Year, and before the summer of the new year, we will be beginning Dragonlance Shadow of the Dragon Queen, which is going to be pretty exciting to do some Dragonlance stuff. That is going to be a more traditional level 1 to level 10, but it is going to be different for everybody. Also, I'm excited to get back into it, and I loved Dragonlance when I was younger, but it's also been a while for me, so I'm going to have my reading cut out for me as well to get back into it as we set up for it, and I'm excited for it. For sure. But I do want to say to everybody, first of all, thank you to Trent again. Thank you also to Trent for the wonderful work on the audiobooks this year. Gray Shade and Renegade are real gifts. They really came out wonderfully, so thank you for your work on those.
I should have the last part for review for you, hopefully by dawn.
Oh, great. Oh, well, all right. I'm very happy having listened to Heretic as well. Again, anyone who hasn't listened to the audiobooks are in for a treat. Like, Trent did a really wonderful job.
And if you haven't yet, repent!
No. And I have to say, by the way, that I got my royalty statement and for July through September, and sold a good number more copies again of Gray Shade and Renegade and Heretic, and that I think is a consequence not just of BookBub, but of the fact that it's gotten a little bit of momentum and traction that also is affected with audiobooks. So I'm grateful to everybody who made that happen, but I'm mentioning it because I'm talking to Trent right now. Yes.
And I know that Jen had something to say. The last thing I wanted to mention.
I just wanted to mention that there will be, I would like to run an utterly ridiculous game in between our big, long things, like technically it's supposed to be one session. I know this group. I know this group. It'll probably be 3 to 5. Yeah. Called Agents of Insurance, based a high adventure, utterly ridiculous game based on the mascots from insurance companies.
Yes,
I have run this game before, and it involves. Well, I've told you what it involves, but it's utterly ridiculous.
It's going to be awesome.
So much fun.
I am excited for that too.
I would like to put Greg through the ringer once again.
Balls and strikes. I just call balls and strikes.
So since Jen was talking about bullying, well, since Brandon was talking about getting, I think we all of us should bully him, because even though the Renegade audiobook came out like 3 weeks ago,
yes,
nothing on Blue Sky from this man pimping it out yet.
Wow, sad.
Really, Greg?
Also, nothing from Athos Arts either. So it's not just him.
Yeah, but Greg,
I know. I've been waiting for these guys to do it so that I can follow.
Yes, it is your book.
No, that's right. That's right. I don't remember. I don't actually. That's not true. I did mention it on Blue Sky, and in fact, I had it pinned. But I also was dealing with 3 other things that I posted in short order thereafter. But you are right that I have not brought it up again. I'm very bad at reposting stuff that is available to me, so I should go do that. So you are appropriate in bullying me. I accept the bullying. I've written a note, bully yourself, relating to that.
And don't
yes,
forget
exactly.
that I also host a Tell Me series where people tell me about speculative fiction projects and things that they have learned or hated around the project.
So, I see. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I see.
Yeah,
what you're
just throwing that to Tren and to you.
Yeah.
Or what is it like to bring something from prose to audio, and how does the author feel about such things?
It would be, as long as I don't have to say the word leapt.
Someone here also does interviews at Nerds of a Feather. That would be very cool, actually, to do. Prince Justin, I appreciate that. Prince Justin, of course, did like one of the best reviews I've ever read, and it's not just because it was of my trilogy, but it was just so beautifully written and like dealing with a lot of stuff. Anytime you get someone whose favorite author is Roger Zelazny to say nails his Corwin of Amber moment, you're like, outstanding. I've done something right. So anyway, I will take both. I'll try to take both of those into account. Maybe Tren and I can do a whirlwind virtual tour, by which I mean interviewing a couple people if Tren's open to that. That would be cool. Yes. And I will think more about that as we move into the new year, because the audiobooks really are great. Like Tren did a really good job with them. And I think that I'd like to think I have a little bit of an oral sense in my writing, so I do think they read well, if you will, like, in space. So, I appreciate that. But what I wanted to say before I was bullied into talking about my own work was I wanted to thank this group. I do want to thank chat, of course, because chat, I really appreciate all the folks who are here all the time. Those of you who come in just for the first time, thanks to the folks who did the raids today and those who have watched us all year. But I also want to thank the Infinity and Beyond crew, which is my longest running crew. Different people have come in. There are a couple who are stalwarts, Tren and John in particular, but the other folks, Marie and Jen and Brandon, are all part of a long sort of term, dating back years and years and years, tradition of really wonderful role play. And I'm lucky that I have amazing players in multiple campaigns, but it has been really great to bring an experienced group all the way from level 1 all the way up and see them go through this. That's been an amazing experience for me, especially in my favorite non-Forgotten Realms setting of Eberron. It's been great to do that because I think they've delivered exactly as I would hope. So I wanted to thank all of the Infinity and Beyond crew for being awesome and to wish them a very happy new year, friends and good players all. So chat, for the last time in 2025, can we get some love for Tren Sparks, for Marie Bilodeau, for John Helfers, for Jennifer Brozick, and Brandon O'Brien? Happy New Year to the Infinity and Beyond crew. I'll see you folks in a couple of weeks when it'll be time to kick some enemy Warforged ass across the battlefield, I think, is what we're looking at. Until then, Happy New Year, everybody, and I will see you all soon, crew. Bye for now.
Bye. Happy New Year, everyone.
And that, lovely folks, is going to do it for us for tonight and for 2025, at least as far as this campaign is concerned. Again, as I said, I have been super, super happy with this crew. They have delivered exactly as I might have hoped they would. Both interesting, intriguing work on the role play side, interesting decisions. One of the best things is the fact that as a DM, you never really know what exactly you're going to, you don't know what things, like what story, little threads you put out there that players are going to pick up on, or what story threads the players are going to provide that you're like, oh, I wasn't even planning on that. That's amazing. Wow. I'm so excited that, that you picked up on those things. So it's very, very cool that I've been with this crew to be able to do that. All of my players are surprising, and all my campaigns are surprising in their own ways. But I just love this sort of level of experience and trust that this group has with each other. That's really what stands out, I think, about this crew is experience and trust. And I think it comes through in the play. And it's one of the reasons that this is a crew that I felt okay giving a level 1 to a level 20 campaign. If they manage to get through this, they'll hit level 20 just before the end of the campaign. So, I'm very pleased about that. And I am excited to see what they get up to when we enter the new world of Dragonlance, which will be happening in the new year. But that is going to do it for us. And man, and I'm so pumped up about this stuff I was so waiting for that reveal. I was having a great time with the battle stuff, but I was really excited to be like, hey, guess what? There's some weird stuff happening. So that's very cool. Thank you, Prince Justin, for that. So, but that is going to do it for me for tonight here. It is not, however, the last stream of the year. On Tuesday, I will be back to you folks about midday when I'm going to be doing my annual Game of the Year show. I'm going to be, tomorrow actually, I'm going to be sitting down and ranking. I've been thinking about it a little already, but I'm going to be ranking all of the games that I played this year, either games that are brand new or that are brand new to me. And I'm going to be ranking them all from the bottom number, and I haven't counted up all the different games I played yet, all the way up to the most coveted title of Game of the Year, my Game of the Year 2025. Very excited for that show, and then it will be followed by playing The Room, which is the Patreon-fueled chat shows game of the month, and then I'll be over on GOG Comms channel with Pen and Pixels, playing the last Pen and Pixels of 2025, and playing some Breath of Fire 4. And that'll be it for 2025. When I see you in 2026, which will be next Thursday, I will be coming at you with the final concluding session of Dispatch. Dispatch is really great. I really like that game a lot. And then we will be moving into the new video game, the new big video game that we're going to be doing over the course of the next couple of months, and that is going to be Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. I am very excited for that game. I've been looking forward to it for a while, and it's finally here, so that's going to be happening. So can't wait. And then again, much more tabletop to go. Not only are we going to have more Eberron, we are also going to have more Expedition for the Mysterious Peaks. That campaign is really sort of picking up too. We are going to have more by the dice roll as they move into the final stages of Ghosts of Saltmarsh. We are going to be finishing up with Tari Toons and Beowulf Age of Heroes right before revealing the new campaign. I kind of soft mentioned this, but I will be announcing it in more detail as soon as I have my fourth player. And I'm going to be talking to what I hope is going to be the fourth player tomorrow. So I'll be able to make that announcement soon about what is going to be coming after Beowulf is complete. And then we have more community D&D with the Shadow Crew as they continue to play Dungeon of the Mad Mage. That group has been amazing. And then, of course, we are also launching, as we've just heard, Prince Justin will be launching the 13th Icon. And I am excited for Prince Justin as DM. I am excited for that entire group of people, as I mentioned, Darcy and Myrrh and Kathleen and Triffid playing in the 13th Icon. Super excited for that. That is going to be our second, the Prince Justin's Court, I believe is what we're calling it, but the second of our community D&D sessions hosted on this channel. So I'm super excited for that. It's going to be a lot of good tabletop and hopefully a lot of good writing stuff as well. Cross your fingers, everybody. Writing stuff, hopefully good writing news coming my way over the next couple of months. Also, cross your fingers to the Pittsburgh Steelers, that are playing tomorrow, but that's not as relevant. But that's going to do it for me for now. And I think actually, because we did have I really appreciated those raids today. That was really helpful. So thank you, everybody. Let me see what I've got here. Let's see. Well. I have not seen this person for a while. Okay, great. So we are going to do a raid, and the raid is very simple. If you are not a sub, hey, what's up, Excel? I do have a team. It's the Steelers. Well, I'm also Huskies and everything. Oh, I appreciate that, Gaia Shield. Well, I'm pretty sure I have my player. I have my fourth player that I'm in mind, because I'm focusing on sort of streamers and or people that are directly connected in various ways to things. Plus Tari, of course. So, but I appreciate that. I will keep that in mind, Gaia Shield, for sure. So anyway, if you are not a sub, you're going to do that. Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this, which is the Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, and then you've got Arvany Hype, Arvany Love, Arvany Smug, Arvany Blown, all of the Arvanys when you are brought over automagically to this place that we're going to be raiding in a minute. So please go do that. It really helps the channel that we raid. It really helps us too. So please do that. Also, if you like what you saw and heard, I hope you will follow the channel. I hope you will check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. As a reminder, 5-pack of gift subs are 35% off between now and the end of the year. So definitely make sure to do that. If you are interested in giving some subs to people, keep that in mind. That'll be going on as well. I'll try to remind people about that on Tuesday also. So, but yeah, as a last sort of end of the year sort of thing. But I want to thank everyone who made this awesome. Again, you can follow the channel. You can check out the YouTube with !ArvTube. Thanks to everyone who watched me over there today. Please subscribe over there. It's free for you to do that, but really helps us out. Discord is !ArvCord. You can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Blue Sky, !ArvSky. Website for this, arvanelleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop. That's the merchandise area. !ArvTrayon is the Patreon. Really trying to build that number up and get unique stuff for yourself and good stuff for the channel as well. Along with subbing to the channel, as a couple of people did today. Subbing really helps too. Get those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch, plus inspirations to help our players also. On the publishing front, Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts, Library, Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library, that's my 5e adventure and sourcebook, from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and Grayshade, that is my Grayshade IP, as we just talked about, Renegade, Grayshade, Renegade, and Heretic, the Grey Assassin trilogy, critically acclaimed and award-winning. You can get those at that link from Athos Arts. You can also get the audiobook of Grayshade and Renegade from our very own Trent Sparks, as you just heard me getting bullied about. So there's all of that. And you can also be on the lookout for Heretic, which will be out early next year. And if you have not already done so, you can also check out and pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Grayshade, coming to you from Alligator Alley Entertainment and the person you saw tonight as well, Brandon O'Brien, The Rising Tides. He's done an amazing job with that, and I can't wait for you all to see that game, which will be coming out early next year as well. Otherwise, as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage. And send the message that we will do so for others in that situation in the future. I do want to thank, in particular, Infinite Monkey Tales for rating today and Robert Hartley GM for rating today. Thanks to both of you for doing that. I really appreciate it. It was great to have more people in here checking us out. Thanks for the follows tonight as well. And thank you to my wonderful mods. Thank you to Prince Justin and the Rising Tides. I know Triffid was here earlier as well. Best mods in the business. Thank you so much. Thank you as well to my Patreon supporters and subscribers. Thank you to Prince Justin. Thank you to Gaia Shield and Mrs. Dunsel. Thank you so much for that. And thank you to all my wonderful viewers today. Thank you to Ancient Moose, to Angie Pops. Thank you to Archangel Mike. Thank you to Betty Todd. Thank you to Cabose, to Captain Nymorph, Decoder. Definitely Not Random. Thank you to D. Johnny Beck. Thank you to Doom Ranger XL. Thank you to Eye of the Night. Thank you to Fairs. Thank you to Friendly here. Thank you to Geeky and Gaming. Thank you to Get Ghosted. Thank you to HKV. Thank you to Ilneval. Thank you to Impulse Power. Again, Infinite Monkey Tales. Thank you to Jagtress as always. Thank you to Jason Henke. Thank you to Jen Wren. Thank you to Jarek TV, Kawaii Trickster. Thank you to Kays. Thank you to Lara the Forest Twitch. Thank you to Mac Hat Brend. Thank you to Nerdwitch, to Nerloth, to Nonstop. What's up, Nonstop? Hanging out in the background. Thank you to Radio Johnny Panda, Roger, Sergey Master. Thank you to Scones Tavern. Thank you to Some Old Pirate. Thank you to Sunny Boy, The Phoenix, Trendane, of course. Thank you to T Madrid. Thank you to Ugly Bad Good. Thank you to USS Norway. And thank you to Zarathonandon. Thank you to all of you lovely folks folks. A special thanks today to my wonderful crew of the Infinity and Beyond crew of Trent Sparks, of Marie Bilodeau, of Jen Brozek, of Brandon O'Brien, and of John Helfers for being amazing and awesome. Happy New Year to all of them. But as for you, I'll see you folks on Tuesday. Don't go anywhere. We're going to do that raid in just a bit as soon as we're done with the video. But otherwise, thank you all so much for being here. More Eberron to come next year as well. I'll see you folks on Tuesday. But until then, stick around for the raid. And as always, much love. Everyone, as I always say, be good to each other. And have a good night.
Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most.
A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Elarian, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis, whose strength lies in the defense of their companions and their will to keep the Citadel and its missions safe, no matter the price, even when that price must finally be paid. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, and who has touched the mind of a god. Her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister in the Citadel is more necessary than ever, if her divinely touched spirit does not waver. Tantan, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer, whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him. And now that he has returned to the site of it all, deep within the ruins of Seir, he knows how much worse the next war will be, unless he can stop it. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer, whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, and has learned that at times harming matters as much as healing. Can she keep hope and the King's Citadel alive? Rowan, the Wild Card. A human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but for the first time he's learned they're not the only ones sitting at the table. Can he break through the shadows of his past and finally call the bluff? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn's City of Towers to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They traveled back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a war-forged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress, Razorcrag. They paid a heavy price to rescue hostages from the fortress, and the Lord of Blades escaped into the Grey, seeking a way to create an army of Warforged powerful enough to crush the 5 nations of Corvair. But the Citadel had more immediate problems, the Emerald Claw, and a looming war. At the same time learning that the Lord of Blades seeks the Oracle of Bones to create his invincible army. Now the King's Citadel is in a race against time to unite the 5 nations and stop the Lord of Blades before he can turn his full might against all of Corvair. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, prevented disaster at Razorcrag, stopped the war with Thrain, and thwarted the Emerald Claw. But can they finally unlock the Oracle of War's secrets and defeat the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the final season of the Oracle of War.